industry leaders come together to have a conversation, to have engagements, and to chart the course for our industry. So I want to recognize the presence of our special guests and friends that are seated together with us this morning. I will stand on existing protocol. Everybody is actually recognized. We appreciate the time that you've made to join us this morning. So we are back at Sheraton, at Marriot for our usual conference, the annual conference of the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria. This is a conference where, like I said, we come together to discuss the way of strengthening the pharmaceutical supply chain, thereby using it as a panacea for good distribution practice. So I want to welcome all guests again and invitees to this year's event. It is the third in the series of events that brings us together. This year's event actually has been a 2-day event. Yesterday we were here trying to develop capacity for good distribution practice, and we spent the whole day engaging, receiving lectures and teachings from people who have experience in the topics given to us. So today we have the opportunity to engage even further. And our engagement will provide us with an opportunity to come up with ideas and solutions that will help provide guidance for the pharmaceutical industry and strengthen the supply chain, thus helping to reduce incidences of falsified medicines by end users. And this is going to become possible because companies will definitely be equipped to navigate this complex landscape of the pharma distribution successfully. I mean, Shina made mention of the fact that we have a very complex distribution system in Nigeria today, and we can all attest to the fact. I don't like using the word chaotic, but sometimes when you look at the web, it is actually a glorious chaos. Somehow, we still are able to distribute medications to the end user, and the essence of this gathering today is to find ways to streamline that process and bring a lot of integrity into the supply chain. In planning this conference, we decided to reach out to colleagues with a passion for solving the numerous issues we have had to deal with in the pharma supply chain. And we have the privilege of having our own pharmacist, 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞, FPSN, a former president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, who happens to be the chairman of today's occasion. And I'm sure we all know how much he brings to the industry, the effort he has put in over the years in trying to provide solutions to a lot of pharma issues. He happened to be one of the very first people that spoke with us as a group when we were first inaugurated. And the major conversation in that meeting had to do with drug distribution. So we are privileged to have him in our midst this morning. Thank you very much, sir, even though he just stood up briefly. We also looked at the industry and decided to settle for a keynote speaker who I described in my note here as new on the block. New on the block because for us as wholesalers and distributors, some of us will probably be hearing about her for the first time. But obviously the manufacturers seem to know a lot about her because she has been doing a lot of work with them over the last couple of years. But we hope that with our keynote presentation today, she will announce herself as one to look out for in finding solutions to issues of supply chain efficiency and effectiveness. With so many wins already under her belt as far as public sector engagement is concerned, we believe that and trust that as she shares some of these experiences, PWDAN and the larger pharma industry will learn something that will help to strengthen the supply chain. So thank you, Mrs. Azuka Okeke, CEO of ARC-ESM, who is ably represented here this morning by Dr. Stephanie Oluyede. Did I get it right? Oh, sorry. Pardon me. Thank you for accepting our invitation, and thank you for coming this morning. As we have done in the past conference, we also have the privilege of having with us as special guests our Apex regulators. You know, our regulators play very key roles as far as pharmaceutical wholesalers and distributors are concerned. Without them, we really can't do much. For the past couple of engagements that we've had as a group, our regulators have always played a major role. They've always been there, very supportive. And we are privileged to have both the regulators from NAFDAC as well as the regulators from the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria. We invited our amiable director, who is unavoidably absent today, but nonetheless represented here this morning by our friend of the house, pharmacist Beatrice, who is the director in the agency. And we also have with us Dr. Solomon, representing the registrar of the council. Thank you, sirs, for making out the time to join us this morning. We appreciate you. And we know that it is so important that we work together in a collaborative way to truly bring a lot of sanity to the distribution space in Nigeria. We appreciate your coming, sir. So they are both special guests of honor as well as panelists for this year's event, and will be sharing their experiences and answering questions on how good distribution practice can assist in the fight against falsified and substandard medicines in Nigeria. For both regulators, this is a major and thorny issue. The issue of falsified medicines in Nigeria cannot be, we cannot stop talking about it. And the more solutions we have in fighting it, the better for every one of us. We also have taken the time to invite other panelists and speakers for this conference. Our other panel speakers from the various levels of the pharma supply chain. We have the privilege and honor to have in our midst Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞. He is not somebody that is easy to bring to meetings like this lately. We invited him last year. Unfortunately for us, the day the conference was supposed to take place, that was the day he was flying. He was in the air, joining us in the conference. And one of my mentors once told me that when you approach somebody and you ask him for a favor and the person says he's not able to do it, it means the person is not owing you. So when the opportunity came this year and I discussed it with my chairman, he said, "I'm going to meet him again now." And then we met Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, and this time he had to pay back what he owed. So we are privileged. We are privileged to have you here in our midst this morning. Thank you for making out the time. We're one of the first to be here this morning. In the course of the event, our partners will tell us what they have been up to lately in the pharma space. There will be product/company presentation by 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐷, Pharma, and Arsenic Laborers. They are key sponsors. They are part of those that have helped this conference, helped us to set up this conference the way we have done so this morning. I want to thank the PWDAN Board of Trustees, the executive members, as well as the planning committee for the opportunity to work as chairman for this conference 2 years in a row. I hope that after today I will probably retire from this position, this enviable position of being the chairman of the planning committee. I've done this for 2 years in a row. We have all worked tirelessly to put this together. I can assure you that it is not easy to set up a conference and to pull this caliber of people to come and participate in this conference. I want to thank the members of the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association for the privilege to do this work. Thank you, every one of you. To our sponsors for believing in the PWDAN vision and objectives. It's not easy to go to a sponsor and tell the sponsor to give you money for a conference. A lot of the time when we talk, they say, "What is PWDAN really all about?" But the beautiful thing about PWDAN is that what is going to become great usually starts small. And I'm happy to see a lot of us here who believe in this vision of bringing a lot of integrity to the distribution chain. And we hope that one day we will all look back, we will remember the days of little beginnings, and we'll begin to appreciate what we've been able to achieve together as a group. I kindly implore everyone to visit the exhibition stand, where there will be a lot of networking opportunities with the exhibitors during the coffee break. There will be a coffee break sometime in the next, probably in the next hour or thereabouts. And we should take time to just visit the exhibitions booths to encourage our sponsors and to network. Finally, I want to thank everyone that has made out the time to be here today, as well as those connected virtually. This event is actually being transmitted live. So if you have a friend here who is not able to join us this morning, you can tell them to go on YouTube and just type PWDAN Conference 2023. You'll be able to join us on YouTube. So I want to thank everybody. Your presence is highly appreciated. And without you coming today, this day will not have been. So I thank you and I say God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. CPC Chairman. You have done very well in the last 3 years, organizing the inauguration and then the last 2 conferences. Being a conference organizer myself, I know what it takes to put events of this magnitude together. And one of the people who I eavesdropped making a very positive comment about the quality of today's event was when Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 came into the hall and was like, you guys have raised the bar. You know, you are delivering excellence. And I'm like, yes, excellent people know excellence. Let's appreciate PWDAN for this. And so, Mr. CPC Chairman, as you gladly retire from this very good work that you have done, but like, you know, the others have told me that the reward for good work is more work. And so, you have been given more work, like you know, and God will give you the grace to do that which he has committed to you. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, I'll now be bringing up the chairman of PWDAN. Need I say outgoing chairman of PWDAN, following the beautiful, you know, it's not very common in this area. This is an era where we have sit tight, you know, leaders, where when it's time to move, we try and, you know, find a constitutional amendment that we make things, you know, perpetuate. But in spite of all the envoys we sent from the international, from diaspora, from the village, and every other place, he said, no, I'm going. We said, God, wait. He said, no, I'm going. Ladies and gentlemen, join me welcoming Pharmacist Ernest Okafor as he gives us the chairman's opening remarks. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. By way of protocol, the person that spoke last stood on the existing protocol. Because of time, I am sitting on it. But having said that, I need to clear some things and so that we'll be able to fast track. Somebody have asked me, why is the president of PSN not here? He was my classmate and setmate and promised to be here. But when you have 2 siblings that passed common entrance the same year and there's paucity of funds, the family to train them, usually the senior will be asked to go first, and you try to pacify the junior to wait till next year. So that's exactly what played out. Naib, our senior brother, is equally having conference. So there is preference that the president will go there, asking the junior, being PWDAN, to wait till next year. Again, somebody has asked me, how do you even pronounce this your association? Is it PWDAN or PWDAN or PWDAN? And I say, depending on the country you come from or your ethnicity, all of them are correct. So, it is indeed my pleasure to welcome you once again after the CPC chairman's remarks to yet another conference of PWDAN, holding here in the same venue. Last year we were here together, and I'm happy that one of the key drivers of that conference is equally here. We had a robust discussion, and some of the panelists are equally here present. I equally pay tribute to our mentors, also here seated. I will mention the likes of Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 for the encouragement, the likes of the past president of PSN, Pharmaceutical 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞. They are a source of encouragement to us. And of course, Dr. Solomon. We have two Solomons in the house. And the person I'm talking about knows himself. He was our keynote speaker for last year. It was a very insightful document he released to us, and we'll be using it as a template to drive. I will say that drug distribution started on an adventurous but poor foundation in Nigeria, like in most parts of Africa. The practice has been both involving and dynamic, with regulators looking for ways to curb the attendant challenges posed to this sector for decades. This year is a landmark for us, for me and my setmate, because we are, by 29th of July this year, will be 40 years post-graduation. And since then, the very first conference I attended was at the Meridian of PSN, and the topic was challenges, chaotic drug distribution. And like the former speaker said, it has not abated. So, you discover that that Nigeria is one of the fastest growing economies in Africa, and is still faced with poor health and economic indices, of which this setback is a contributory factor. And that's why we have continually talked about, not about the challenges this time, but about solutions. Last year, we held a panel discussion, bringing the stakeholders together to talk about the issues, the challenges, your givings. But this year is a different thing. We are coming to say solutions, solutions, and solutions. We rose last year to talk about, how do we come together? Having identified the issues, how do we come together to talk about it? And in our communique, we said that we are going to have a workshop of both the regulator and the regulated to talk about it. You know, if you keep on beating a child, one day you will run and say, what is the problem? Why are you not doing so? So that is what the major thing why we are here today. The chairman of, we have chosen this year's theme, strengthening the pharma supply chain, Panacea to good drug distribution and medicine security, to continue the discourse on how effective drug distribution practice in both public and private sectors of our healthcare can promote safe, efficacious, effective, and quality drug products in the country. Though the road is rough and the journey far, the COVID-19 experience has thrown up many challenges and interests that many economies need to go back to drawing board in their quest for an effective distribution and supply management system. You agree with me that the COVID threw out a lot of things, one of them being disruption in the supply chain, that we cannot run away from it. The bad ones, we are putting them behind us, but the good ones we are grabbing. He has told us that that this program is being broadcasted live and has been the new normal we are talking about. It's a good omen that you can sit in your house even where we are in panties and you be doing the work in the office. That is what COVID has brought to us. So the chairman of today's event is a pharmacist passionate for organized pharmacy in Nigeria. I call him a pharma jurist. And I keep on telling him that he has not finished his career until he gets to the Senate. He's the past president of PSN, pharmacist 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞, fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. His book, Checkered Pavements in Pharmacy Practice, speaks volume of the creative and dogged ideas he is bringing to fore in reshaping pharmacy practice, including the pharma distribution. That book is on my desk. And whoever comes, I say, who wrote this book? I say, he's a pharmacist. So you are a pride pharmacy. The keynote speaker for today, Pharmacist Azuka Okeke, the CEO of Africa Resource for Excellence in Supply Chain Management, is a supply chain specialist whose experience spanned over 10 years. She could not make it to this in person due to work schedule that cropped up in between. She is being here represented by another erudite and grounded supply chain professional known to the House, including the one of our panelists today. I am convinced that the day now is the paper she's going to present and her herself will do justice to the theme of this event. Also lined up in the panel discussion and drawn from the regulatory and supply chain stakeholders, the manufacturing, distribution, and pharmaceutical end-user service providers, that's the community pharmacies, are personalities with proven practice to ventilate on this topic. We do hope that the communique from the discussion will be used in our future engagements, in our search for a positive development in our ever-evolving practice. I here acknowledge and appreciate our sponsors and the exhibitors who, despite the austere times, believed in us and are following us in this journey. And we do hope that this journey, though far, is surmountable. It is my belief that this conference, which started yesterday with capacity building seminars, will be rewarding to the attendees both on-site and online. We were trained on cold chain management and the use of IT in the processes and monitoring of supply chain activities. I thank and encourage our members who are currently undergoing facility upgrade to meet the needs of the time. You have here one of our major regulators. So all the questions you have, don't bring it to the panel. Meet him outside. As far as SOP and GDP is concerned, you'll be able to answer it. He has given a note even before I finish saying that he's ready to do it. Thank you, Pharmacy Beatrice. I thank members of the fourth extent of the realm. I thank you for always being available to dissipate information to the uninformed. The editor of Pharma News is here present, and some other media houses. I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, we'll be inviting to the lectern the chairman of today's event, our own indomitable, indefatigable, irrepressible pharmacist, Olumide Akintayo. During the capacity building, okay, you have learned bad thing. Normally you say, let me finish before I come. You remember yesterday during the capacity building session, one of the speakers said that one of his greatest joys was when he saw our own chairman of today sitting, face to face with the president, discussing issues. Even when I saw it, my belly sweets me. He said, hey, now we are talking. This is somebody who has the Jagaban's number on speed dial. So guys, don't worry, our local. It's our a round of applause for Pharmacist Olumide Akintayo as gives us his chairman.
The chairman of PWDAN and members of the board of trustees, distinguished special guests and panelists on this occasion, members of PWDAN, please permit me to skip the protocol so that we can just go on straight to the business of the day. For me, as Olumide Akintayo, I think there is no better place to be other than this venue for anybody who loves pharmacy. I believe we are in the right place at the right time. And just like my good friend, okay, had put on record, according to Shino, I think this venue, this location for this conference is most befitting for PWDAN and for our profession pharmacy. It makes me very, very proud. But I am not too surprised because some of his close-knit friends, Brandon, and I have joined them over time. Certainly one who has a Midas touch. Anything he touches turns to gold. And that's why PWDAN is making waves in the relative short period it has existed. So I want to congratulate PWDAN. I want to congratulate pharmacists. I see that you're growing very well, virile, strong. Today we have about 43 on the nominal roll. I know you have the capacity to take it to at least 100. You came in at the most strategic times in the evolution of our practice in Nigeria. And probably when I get into the thick of my presentation, you see why I am taking that position. So, I just want to make a few remarks. And usually, I want, for those who know me very well, you know that you do not give me the mic. And I fail to disrupt the state of new challenges that I see with regards to drug distribution and ultimately medicine security in Nigeria. Perhaps we should start with the concepts of NDDG, the NDDG guidelines. And it's good that OK is here. I think we started this sometimes in 2014. It was strongly canvassed by the PSN. I was president of PSN then. Okay, and a few people were arrowheads in PMG Man. There was APIN, led by Nnamdi Obi, and then some of the technical groups in PSN. Basically, some of the things we did at that time paved the way for the birth of PWDAN. Because originally in that guideline, the only two levels of players we were going to have as wholesalers were mega wholesalers and state drug distribution companies.
which were the prerogative of state governments in Nigeria. And then we canvassed, albeit very strongly, for a third and very strategic layer, our regular wholesalers, which all members of PWDAN actually belong to. Now, you know, one of the most important things we set out to do with the NDDG challenge, with the NDDG guidelines, was to deal with this menace of open drug markets in Nigeria. And I didn't find it too funny when Shina made reference to the fact that these are things we have contended with for about 50 years. One of the strategies we had put in place in the NDDG was that government should come up with what we call coordinated wholesale centers to assist the players, especially those who want to do legitimate business in the open drug markets, to relocate it to these CWCs. And we started with 4, actually. The CWC in Lagos to accommodate players in the Idumota and Mushi drug market, the Samugiri market in Kano, the Ariara in Aba, and Headbridge in Onitsha. It's noteworthy to put on record that out of these 4, the only one that has seen the light of day now is the CWC in Kano. I visited that facility last year, about 1.5 years ago, and it was commissioned this year by the immediate past governor of Kano. And I can report that it's a befitting edifice, and a substantial number of the SY players in Samugiri market have now moved to that CWC in Kano. It's located in a place they call Economic City in Kano. There's some level of progress in Lagos. It's been built, but they have not assumed the level any of us would want them to be. But at least they have started something. In Onitsha, I do know there's a center. There are lingering controversies about the location, but at least I do know that the pharmacists, now Pharmacy Council of Nigeria has given approval for a particular location. So they are making some progress too. The weakest link out of this 4 remains Ariaria. Not much has happened in Abia State, but we'll come to that. Now, while all of this is going on with the NDDG, you know, like I said, we set out to create new levels of players to regularize and streamline drug distribution, just in alignment and in perfect tandem with today's team. And so we started this concept of mega wholesaling. And I appeal to the sensibilities of some players that I will be making reference to, especially their pharmacists. Because someday, even when you work with some of these big players, you will realize that some of the things they are beginning to do will put our profession in great jeopardy. Now, and that's why PWDAN needs to also begin to look at these things, because some of them eventually will become existential adversaries to your business interest and, of course, to the professional interest. Now, we're beginning to nurture people who will brand mega wholesalers. Between 2 and 3 of some of these mega wholesalers, they have appropriated clearly more, a whooping 50% of the entire value chain of drug distribution in Nigeria. Unfortunately for us as a people and as a country, these are foreign companies. And because they are foreign countries, it poses great and potential security threats to us as a people, to us as consumers of health. Recall, distinguished colleagues, at the peak of COVID-19, you all remember what happened with APIs. When China had to restrict exportation of APIs to other countries, India also restricted the exportation of essential medicines to the extent of about 40-50% to other nations of the world. Nigeria was hard hit at this time, if you remember very well, because clearly, if we said we depend 70% of our drug needs come through imports, 70% of those items come from those two countries, and you definitely know what it means when you now begin to allow foreigners to dominate these things. That is one leg of that challenge. But I always say that the real drug scourge in Nigeria remains this unfortunate aberration of the many hills in our drug distribution protocols. We will continue to insist, as past representatives of PSN and all the other organs in pharmacy, that look, all that the enemies of Nigeria need to take advantage of is the extremely porous borders and weaknesses inherent in our distribution system to lace some of our fastest selling product lines with toxic substances. And before you know it, it will be all over because of the very smooth distribution network you have in the drug markets in particular. And if you think one is tripping, you know these things have happened before. For those of you who are familiar with some level of history in pharmaceutical marketing, there is what is called the Tylenol episode in the US. The Tylenol episode was grounded in a scenario where some aggrieved employees of a particular company producing Tylenol were fired. They were dismissed. And because they wanted to get back to their employers, they got through to some other people who are seeing employment to lace paracetamol with cyanide in that climate. This was in the 40s. And before anybody knew what was happening, that bat began to inflict very substantial mortality. But you know the good news was, because they have always had a near perfect distribution or distributive system, it was possible to have a recall of the fatal batches. God forbid this happens in our country. You know that recall is almost impossible. You know what it will be. And that's why every time we have a problem, rather than think of a recall, what we have always done is an outright ban. You remember all the incidents of paracetamol that was laced with toxic substances in Onitsha some years ago. Late 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 had to ban the sales and dispensing of paracetamol syrup in that dispensation. So these are the problems. And so I want to challenge PWDAN that there is a need to begin to do more than you're doing to make the NDDG guidelines an acceptable and a sustainable concept that works if we're going to ever regularize the business of drug distribution in Nigeria. In fact, and that takes me back once again to the monopolies we are creating for foreign companies, a mega wholesale. One of the most strategic agencies and companies in our country. I am trying to build this slowly because I haven't had enough time to discuss this with some of the key regulators. Now, this particular company, this particular government company, patronizes only 2 foreign companies for all its drug needs in Nigeria today. And that means we effectively have shut out about 150 local pharma manufacturers, another 300 or more pharma importers, members of PWDAN, and at least some 500 Nigerian retail companies. Because what that particular agency procures every year is some very substantive hundreds of billions, very close to $500 million. And all of that money is paid to foreign companies to the detriment of our local investors. Now, these are things we must begin to therefore deal with if we're ever going to get some of these things right. I am saying this because in terms of medicine security, the tendency has always been to talk about local production of APIs. Of course, that is very key, that is critical. But we need to begin to broaden the horizon to look at the challenges we also have in drug distribution. Because drug distribution actually continues to impact, albeit very seriously and critically, on medicine security. And that's why I talked about bringing these dimensions. Unfortunately, and we need to begin to say this, like I said, talk about this. Even the pharmacists, Nigerian pharmacists, that is, who convey legitimacy on the businesses of these foreign companies, are very seriously shortchanged. I have a fair idea of what these people ship out of Nigeria. But like I said, it will be a gradual thing, because the next time I'll probably talk about this, after sharing this with regulators, we begin to mention the names of those people. And we make official representation to government about it. The other leg that bothers me has to do with the activities of the principal regulators in the drug distribution channels in Nigeria. And that's a clear reference to PCN, the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, and NAFDAC. Unfortunately, the CEOs of both agencies are not here. And so some of the things I would have loved to share, I will withhold them until I have some other opportunities to directly have an interface with them on this things. But one thing I'd like to put on record, because there will be a communique after all of this, is that we are not doing well, SARS. The acting director of pharmacovigilance is my very good friend, and you're representing the DG. Pharmacist Solomon, you are representing my brother, the Registrar of Council. We are certainly not doing well. I'm saying this because I know a lot of you here are pharmacists. We are not doing well. We have not taken advantage of the statutory rights and privileges we have as Nigerians to impact on our practice. And that is because those two agencies are not working together. You're certainly not working together. And because you're not working together, you negate and outrightly jeopardize our professional destiny. And so, let me say this with a deep conviction and a sense of responsibility. The Pharmacy Act 2022 gives both agencies the best opportunity to work together. For the first time, pharmacy laws are grounded in very substantial antiquity. As far back as 1887, we had a pharmacy ordinance. And you can imagine from 1887 to 1927, 1945, 58, 64, 1990, all the way to 2022. Series of amendments and metamorphoses. You have a new section 21K that now allows the DG NAFDAC to be a member of the board of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. It's the same thing, the NAFDAC Act. The chairman of PCN is also a member of the NAFDAC Governing Council. Now, my understanding of these provisos in these laws is to encourage both of you to work together in the best interest of consumers of health and practitioners of pharmacy, because the law has also been structured such that all of these people should be pharmacists. Because, the critical question Sometimes when you're in high places and you discuss these challenges, they ask you, but who is the DG of NAFDAC? Who is the Registrar of Council? And you don't, even when you want to be bold and put on some uncommon effrontery, you discover that when you do some soul searching, you discover that it is just about us not doing enough. And that's the truth. And that's why I said we are not doing well. I have been part of activism, and some of you know me, know what I'm making references to. And I see what our brothers, physicians, what they do to protect in terms of self-preservation for their professions. Whether it's right or wrong, they don't care. I'm not saying we should do that. We are even saying do the legitimate thing. I see PCN and NAFDAC. I will say this because I have always been a representative of pharmacists. You chase members of PWDAN. You chase pharmacists all over the place for regulation. But in this same country, private hospitals bring in everything under the sun and nobody gets into those facilities to check anything. It's a disaster, it's a shame, it's an embarrassment to our profession. You go into pharmacy facilities with full complement of security agencies. But the people who, and this is supposed to be our own birthright, people who should not even do it, get away with anything. They import anything. They make 500%. There are WHO studies which confirm that the biggest beneficiaries of medicine sales in Nigeria, actually physicians, are private hospitals. If you want that document, I'll send it to you. The WHO study says that the baseline difference in the pricing of medicines in private pharmacy facilities and private hospital pharmacy facilities is a whooping 192%. The difference in the public sector pharmacies and these private hospital pharmacies is about 184%. Now it tells you something is wrong because regulators are not doing enough. PCN must take maximal advantage of the new Section 22 of the Pharmacy Act 2022. I'm sure you are familiar with it, Pharmacist Solomon. That section says in any place in Nigeria now, where you stock, sell, dispense, manufacture, import, distribute, or you engage in wholesaling, even scientific offices, the PCN must inspect, register, and give licensure. In other words, we're not looking at it. The implication of that proviso is that anybody who decides to stock 2 tablets of paracetamol in Nigeria must have a specific approbation of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. Are we taking advantage of it? PCN, up to now, I'm not aware, has informed all of these players at state government level, at state government level, at federal level, to tell them they must all have superintendent pharmacists. That's what your new Section 29 of that same law talks about. That in any hospital, whether anywhere in this country today, once you're selling drugs, you must have a superintendent pharmacist who must be in personal and direct control. We can go on, and who must be in personal and direct control. We can go on and on and on. We must begin to talk about these things a little more than we have ever done. Because, at the end of the day, a lot of these pharmacists might not be able to say these things to you. I do not have so much to lose now. I am not a rich man. So if you decide to deal with me, you won't really inflict too much pains. But somehow, the DNA that God deposited here is such that if I don't say these things the way I understand and believe in them, I do not experience inner peace. And so somebody just has to tell you. And pardon me if you think I have not presented them well, but that's just the way I feel. And I believe that these will guide our panelists as they begin to posit on the critical areas we have come to have rules of engagement on today. Now, let me begin to round up by saying, when you look at all of this, it is not because anybody has come here to foment trouble. It is not because I just want to unduly rock the status quo. It is because we have seen in other climes that pharmacy can be very prosperous if all the rules, if due process is adhered to all of the time. We must, therefore, in summary, make the National Drug Distribution Guidelines work. We must do everything possible to enhance the tenets and the norms involved in enhancing medicine security in Nigeria. We should not wait until the next crisis before we begin to run around all over the place. And so, let me challenge any and the PWDAN team. We must come up with a robust communique after this. I want to assure you and promise that I will be part of getting it to some very appropriate quarters in government. We're working with some people so that at all times that some of these coffins can get to the right places. And there are many things people don't know about us. There are too many things. So we can do a lot better than we are doing. I want to see many more groups in pharmacy showcasing what they can do in this type of cozy environment. This is good for us. I was in a particular location, I won't mention, within the last few weeks. And I'm telling you, it was outside Lagos, quite all right. You won't believe that pharmacists will have a program in that type of place. And I was there. But, of course, you could see that they could not help it. We have some of the best opportunities to be prosperous and successful people. We definitely do have. I do agree when people say professions, there's no profession that orientates or structures you to be a billionaire. That's true. But even when you're not a billionaire, you can at least enjoy all the basic things of life. You can live a very decent, you can have decent living once you're a pharmacist. You should be. That's what it is in other climes. And we can make it happen here. Now, having said this, I believe I've given you the teasers, I've whet your appetite, and I look forward to a very stimulating keynote address and the panel session. I want to thank you once again, PWDAN, for inviting me. And let me say at this juncture that let the conference continue. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir. You'll notice that when he was going to come up, he didn't allow me finish introducing him. The part I forgot, I was hushed off to say. I was going to say, hold your table, because I was going to shake some table. And shake, he shook. And thank you very much, sir, for those thought-provoking comments. Like he said, at the panel discussions, we'll engage further and hopefully get to some very good conclusions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to make a few recognitions while I invite the representative of 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐬 to please come closer for their presentation. Join me in welcoming, ladies and gentlemen, keynote speaker for the conference last year and CEO Sonidis Limited. Join me in welcoming Dr. Solomon Aigbaboa, a very good friend of the house, need I say, advisor and consultant to PWDAN. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, also a panelist at last year's conference. Join me in welcoming pharmacist Chris Ehimen, Chairman, Net Pharmacy. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, CEO, 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐦𝐞 Pharmaceuticals. You're welcome, sir. Seated right beside him, the CEO of Pharmacy Plus, Pharmacist Emeka Obi. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Worldwide Commercial Ventures, join me in welcoming Pharmacist 𝐕𝐞𝐧𝐮𝐞. You're welcome, sir. Very good strategic partner and friend of the house. Join me in welcoming Pharmacist Femi Shuremeko. Yes, pharmacists. We give honorary pharmacists, yes. With our full chest. Ladies and gentlemen, representing GS1, join me welcome Pharmacist Christine Oyewo. You're welcome, madam. Join me welcoming Pharmacist Leonard Oyibe, Tridot Pharmaceuticals. You're welcome, sir. We have in our midst Mr. Amit Bojwani, the Managing Director, Sam Pharmaceuticals. You're welcome, sir. And leading, so like you can see from all the introductions, the whole value chain of pharmacy is well represented. We have hospital, we have industry. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming, leading the delegation of PAN's executive from University of Lagos, the President, Nifemi Agbede, with her team. Please rise for recognition. Yeah. The prayer is that by the time you people finish and maybe get near our level, you'll be discussing, this will be things of the past. So really, so it was chaotic in those days. Let it not be that you will join this discussion that we're having. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like now to invite one of our premium sponsors for this conference, the 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Group, as they make their presentation. Let's appreciate the 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 for being consistent sponsors of this conference from inception. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. The chairman of the occasion and his engaged guests, it's my honor to be here this morning, and I want to say good morning to all of us. We are happy that we are collaborating with PWDAN, and it's our pleasure this morning to join in ensuring that sanity is brought into the distribution chain. And I'm making a presentation this morning on how we can address medicine supply chain gaps through the strategy of import substitution. Please, can I have it on? The slide, please. Well, like the chairman said earlier, the chairman of PWDAN, you mentioned earlier that we are not here today to talk about the problems, but we are more interested in the solutions. And there is one that 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 has proposed, and the 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Group is working on. We believe that through import substitution, we can help in addressing both the insanity within the supply chain, the gaps, and everything we have, observed several years before now. I just want to paint a scenario. Imagine you being a vendor to one of the big multinationals, and part of their rating is your ability to close the PO. And you have this PO running to several millions. And there are two products that you must supply to close your PO. Now, due to factors beyond your control, those products were not brought in. And you can't close your PO. And as a businessman, you're running business based on loan, and the loan is running, the interest is running, and the PO stays maybe 6 months before you close it. Of course, you know what the impact will be on your bottom line. But imagine a situation whereby the products it needs to supply to a large extent is within your control because they are locally sourced. So you have a PO, you're sure that those products, you can close your PO within the shortest possible time. And that is what 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 as a group is working on. And I'm sure when you hear 𝐓𝐢𝐹𝐲, the normal thing is to think of our paracetamol. Yes, we are still there. But, yeah, it's our flagship. Thank you. But we're going beyond there. And what I intend to do this morning is to show you what we have done through this strategy of import substitution. Okay. I don't know why it's not working. Can you just touch it for me if it's not working from here, please? Great. So the challenges have already been overemphasized. But I just decided to speak about the one that concerns your business, because that is what is important. That's why all of us are in business. It's working out. Thank you. Thank you. So let me not talk about the challenges like the chairman said. Now, our journey of import substitution, you can see how wide the road is and how far-reaching it is. It's a strategy. It's long-term. It's a journey that we believe with your support, we can get there. Now, this journey started a long time ago, but something led to it. You know, during the pandemic, everybody here knew what happened in the supply chain of drugs. Now, I'd like to quote this, according to Gathering of 24 September 2019. The Nigerians' overdependence on drug importation and donor aid not only put the lives of Nigerians at risk of these falsified, counterfeit, and substandard pharmaceutical products, which sometimes lead to death due to its adverse effect in the body, but also threatens the attainment of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Yes, we must import, but we need to go beyond importing everything. Just last week, I think, the custom excise duty increased by 39.something%. You know what that means? I'm sure by the time almost all the companies will adjust their prices to at least accommodate that. Of course, it's going to affect both those that import finished goods and those that import raw materials. But it will be much more, I tell you, on finished goods. So what that tells us is this journey, this strategy, is something that we know that will help us to address so many things and will help us also achieve your own mission. So during the global lockdown, all these things happened. Poor access to drug, lack of buffer stock, poor funding, all these things were some challenges that became very obvious due to the pandemic. And we believe that the strategy we've adopted will help reduce them. Now, if we depend so much on imports, of course, the challenges are many. Health hazards, of course, the forest challenge, unemployment. You know, if we're making it here, I'm just imagining if any of you have gone to our 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 campus and seen how large it is and the number of people that are employed there. So we believe that import substitution will help to a large extent in assuring affordability. Of course, patriotic pride. You're proud of it. It's locally made. It's Nigerian made. You're happy about that. Achieving the SDG goals. You're sure of the quality of what you have. And medicine security, which is the main thing. You want to be assured. You want to be sure that you will get this drug when you need it. So the reasons why we've engaged or why the management took the decision to go beyond the regular products you've known us for into other products that are high-tech is all these reasons. You're sure of health security. You're sure of the quality and availability and affordability of the product. Of course, tech transfer, research development, economic growth, and it's also a means to achieving universal health coverage and SDG Goal 3. So you see that what we are doing in EMSA, we are aligning globally with the global things and what's happening locally. And we are happy that we are partnering with PWDAN. So what are we just run through right now, which we have outside, are the products that we used to import, but now we are locally making them. And others that we are not importing, but we have also started making. So I'll start from the ones that come from EMSA. So azithromycin, 250 milligram, 500 milligram, and the syrup, dry syrup. Now, before we used to import them, currently we are making them at the 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 campus. Then metformin, 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞, anti-diabetic. Formerly we were importing. Currently we are locally manufacturing. Now, when it comes to cardiovascular ranges, lisinopril, formerly we were importing both the 5 milligram and the 10 milligram. Now we are making it here. Same with amlodipine, same with hydrochlorothiazide. Now, for antifungals, these are new products that we're not formally importing, but actually we're making it now. Fluconazole 50 milligram, nystatin also, and also the suspension. Having said this, analgesic. Please, when you think of 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐷, don't only think of paracetamol in terms of analgesic, please. Think of celecoxib, please. Okay? Yeah. Think of that also. Emzobrex, piroxicam, diclofenac, which is an everyday drug, diclofenac potassium. All these right now are new products that we are making for 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐷. And the good thing is that we are running a promo on them outside. So if you book it here, you get it at a better price. In fact, the price increase will not affect them because obviously I'm sure every company will increase their price. But here and now, you can get it less what custom has done last week. Now, I'll go to Zolon. Zolon Healthcare Limited, the subsidiary of the group, before this time was 95% import dependent. Almost all the products we were selling or marketing, we were importing them. But during the lockdown, we were forced, the management was forced to make a strategic decision on this way, that we must move away as much as possible on imported products and become possibly self-sufficient. So we began the journey. Before then, we were importing rosuvastatin, the 10 and 20 milligram. Now, when we stopped importing, it took us almost like maybe 9 to 10 months to come back to the market. But now, rest assured, no matter the quantity you want of rosuvastatin, 10, 20 milligram, you can get it from us. I don't know whether we are the first to do that. Let me not quote, but Obi, I'm not sure whether we are the first to locally manufacture it, but at least we are among those making it right now. Just, okay, we are the first. Thank you. Clopidogrel. Before this time, we also were importing it. Our own brand, Pidogrel. Currently, we are locally manufacturing. Obi, are we the first also there? So we are the first also. Thank you. Glimepiride, Meprate, the two strengths, the 2 milligram and 4 milligram. Before this time, we were also importing. Currently, we are manufacturing. But Obi, I don't think we are the first here. Okay, thank you. But it's good to be first in most of them at least. So we are not doing badly, right? Thank you. Also, for me, this one is exciting. That's metformin sustained release. It took us several months to get it right because we are trying to make sure we match the gold standard in the market. That's glucophage. So it took us a long time to come to the point where we were able to scale all the requirements. And currently, I think we're the first to, and the only one right now, thank you, in the country to make sustained release metformin 1,000 milligram. And the good thing is this, you can book it here and now at a good price before we apply the new price. All right, I'm rounding up already. Amitriptyline. I don't know whether we're the first, but we have it locally made right now. So, and we are working on the hospital pack. So in case if you make supplies to hospitals, we are working on the 1,000 pieces or 500 as case may be. Also, misoprostol. We had a challenge here. Before now, we were importing iprostol. And there was a quality challenge. We had to record the entire product. We lost, I don't know how many millions we lost that year because there was a problem with the one we were importing. So we record all of them. I'm sure that year we ran at a loss. But by the time they netted off, we were in the red. We had to recall everything. But the good thing is, right now, the 200 microgram, We are manufacturing locally, and when we introduced it, we even wanted the doctors to have a first-time experience with it, to use it and give us feedback. Across the entire country, we didn't get any negative feedback. Of course, I know some people use it for other things outside what it's indicated for. But as long as it's used for PPT, it works, and it works very well. The 25 microgram, we are working on that. And we are also trying to secure WHO pre-qualification for this. We are doing so much around this right now. So you're sure that you can get this from us. Well, DHAP, we launched this like 2 years ago. Anti-malaria. I'm sure the suspension will soon be ready. We have the by 3 and by 9. Iron polymeters complex, 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞. Yeah, we used to import this one. I know there's another brand in the market that is still imported. I don't know whether there's another local company making it right now, but we are making it right now. And it's available, and the taste is superb. So as I round up, we are saying emphatically that local manufacturing, the simple mathematics, is equal to what? Medicine security. So import substitution, we make both to say, is the way forward. Yes, we are importing and we'll continue to import, but we must move away from there. So please support us to achieve this. Local manufacturing, medicine security, access to medicine. On this, I'd like to say thank you for listening. Thank you. We say, please buy local. Buy local. So please, during your break, come to our stand. We are running promo on all these products, all of them. Even the ones that are not here, we're running promo on them. You can book, even if you don't, we can deliver to you. Just give us your order at the price we are giving it right now. Then rest assured, we'll deliver to you any part of the country. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your eloquent presentation and, of course, for the great work being done by the 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 group. Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking goodwill messages now, just before we bring up our keynote address speaker. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize the presence of pharmacist Margaret Bale, CEO, Just Right Pharmacy. You're welcome, ma'am. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, from the presentation done and from what we see around us, I make bold to say that even though slowly, we're making progress as a country. Even though we want it to be much faster, but slowly but surely, we are making some good progress towards the end goal. We are seeing some improvements in the manufacturing space. We are seeing improvements in the distribution space. We are seeing improvements even in the retail space. And sometimes I'm a big advocate of the proof of concept philosophy. Just if somebody has done it, then it can be done. It brings to mind the story of Roger Bannister long ago in the early 60s when there was this myth around the 4-minute mile. And it was said that no human being can run the mile in less than 4 minutes. And he did it in a race. But that's not the most important thing. Before the end of that year, more than 10 people did it. Why? Because all of a sudden, they found out it was possible. And so we're happy that today, 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 is doing all this. Just maybe somebody else will say, well, if 𝐓𝐢𝐴𝐽 can do it, let me to try my own. I remember in those early days of wholesale, which is why in my descriptions, I call pharmacist Ernest Oka for the father of modern wholesale. Because when everybody was trooping to Idumota, he chose to go and anchor somewhere in Ojuelegba and stood his ground there. And then when he started from that, I think when we met, sir, that place, it was Dekin Abi. I remember very vividly as a student. But today, we see the facility he put up there. And then some other people saw it as, so we can do wholesaling outside the Idumota. Me too, I can do it. Then new heights came. Then people can, so these people can, and we can see. So that's all we need, ladies and gentlemen. Just that trigger of change. And it has started. And I believe that from this meeting, somebody else will pick up the gauntlet and run with it. And before long, like I say, we'll stop singing from the book of Lamentations and be singing from the books of the songs of Solomon. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the representative of the DG NAFDAC, pharmacist Fraden Petrus, as he gives us her goodwill message. She would have loved to be here, but the exigencies of our office have made it impossible. But she said no less a personality than pharmacist Petrus Fraden. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here this morning, and I bring you greetings from the DG NAFDAC, who would have loved to be here personally, because I know of the love that she has for pharmacy, and pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 will actually bear me witness to that, of all her efforts to engage pharmacists and locally to ensure that we build, capacity and build the industry in such a way that we can stand on our own. Sincerely, she's quite passionate on this, and this, she would have loved to really be here. And she's been making a lot of efforts, because you will agree with me, just as the chairman had earlier said, a problem of over 50 years is what we are looking forward to solve. Over 50 years is not an easy one. You can imagine a child that is about 50 years now, a full-grown man with children, okay. So, and of course, we have also said we have a problem. And nobody else is going to solve that problem for us. We must find solution to that problem. And I know that many of us also desired that, yes, we have a pharmacist as the DG NAFDAC. And today you have a pharmacist as the DG NAFDAC. And you want her to succeed. And you want solution to the problems that we have. The problems, by God's grace, together we will solve that problem. NAFDAC is, like I said, putting in a lot of things, considering a lot of things. And of course, we're happy that we have PWDAN, an alternative to the drug market. A big alternative to the drug market. So, and that requires that we all collaborate and ensure that we strengthen PWDAN and let PWDAN become the destination of choice, not the market. And like I said, it is you and me. Taking two from what the chairman said, I remember when I graduated, and it was also drug distribution, chaotic drug distribution practices in Nigeria. When are we going to solve this problem? And I attended PSN conference every year for many years. I got to a point and I got tired. And I said, so we'll come here, so it's like a jamboree. We'll come here and do jamboree. And we go back, and people will go back and do the same thing that they have been doing. No change, no direction, no differences. Then where are we? That's why the thing has refused to go. NAFDAC is willing to work with you. NAFDAC is willing to work with all well-meaning Nigerians to solve this problem. And we can see, yes, some rays of hope coming from different angles. Please, let's come together. Like he said, the MC said, a review. While we review the system and look at what do we do, and give, assignment to each other. This is what you need to do. This is what you need to do. This is what you need to do. And this is what I need to do. Probably if we do that with timelines, probably if we do that we will succeed. NAFDAC is pleased to be here, and NAFDAC is pleased to work with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Some very reassuring words from NAFDAC there. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, I'd like to bring up the representative of the Registrar Pharmacists Council of Nigeria. Join me in welcoming Pharmacist Solomon Shihi as he comes to speak on behalf of the Registrar. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I stand by the existing protocols. You don't stand on the existing protocols. You stand by it. I think the problem we had earlier on is because people never agreed that chaotic drug distribution was a problem. I can assure you that now that we have come to realize and agree that we have a problem, it's going to be a thing of the past. When you know your problem and agree that you have a problem, it is the beginning of the solution. Now, the goodwill message from pharmacist 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞, the Registrar of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. I bring you warm greetings from the management and staff of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. It is my pleasure to be invited as a special guest and panelist to discuss the role of the good distribution practice in the fight against falsified and substandard medicine in Nigeria at the 2023 Annual National Conference and Exhibition of the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers Association of Nigeria, PWDAN. The theme of this year's conference, Strengthening the Pharmaceutical Supply Chain, Panacea to Good Distribution Practice and Medicine Security, would not have come at a better time than this, when Nigeria and the rest of the sub-Saharan Africa is experiencing challenges in the pharmaceutical supply chain, especially with the global sourcing of active and inactive pharmaceutical ingredients, in addition to the emergence of biopharmaceuticals. It is believed that the person giving the keynote address will judiciously address the theme. It is also believed that there will be fruitful deliberations during the interactive session. Looking at the recent achievements by the PCN, you will agree with me that PCN has repositioned itself for good regulatory practice and continuous improvement. Of course, it's no longer news, but it's worth sharing with you once again that the PCN has attained WHO maturity level 3 together with NAFDAC. What this means is that PCN has established a stable, well-functioning integrated regulatory system that is improved capacity for efficiency and effectiveness. So we will definitely do better. It is also worthy of note that we are working assiduously towards attaining maturity level 4, which is the advanced level of performance and continuous improvement. Additionally, in the same feat, PCN has gained ISO certification and is now a quality management system-driven organization for regulatory systems strengthening. Also, the passage of the new PCN Act into law will make regulation better. For instance, we now have DG NAFDAC as a council member. This will, of course, foster more collaborations between the PCN and NAFDAC in addressing drug distribution issues. The registrar is no longer just a secretary to the council, but a member of the council. This empowers the registrar to contribute to discussions during the council meetings, educating the council members better for informed decisions. Then the revocation of licenses by the registrar. This means there is a legal backing for revocation of licenses. Stakeholders that have chosen to do things the wrong way may have their licenses revoked by the registrar. Finally, the chairman was stressing on the need of coordinated wholesale centers and the one that has been commissioned in Kano. There was a problem, but I wish to, on behalf I wish to inform you that the Federal High Court on June 30, 2023 in Kano dismissed the suit challenging the directives of the PCN to the owners of all drug shops in the open market to close down their operations and relocate to the newly commissioned coordinated centers. So they have no choice but now to move to the CWC. I wish to, on behalf of myself and the entire staff of the Pharmaceutical Council of Nigeria, express my profound appreciation to PWDAN for inviting me to this August gathering. It is my expectation that our interactions will yield fruits and highlight areas of collaborations and innovation towards ensuring security of medicines and further enhancing the availability of safe, quality, and efficacious medicines in Nigeria through good distribution practice for the overall benefit of public health. I want to thank everyone who has contributed in making this conference a success. Thank you and have good deliberations. The Registrar, Abiy Ahmed, FPSN, APCP Farm, FCAI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You just heard directly from the Registrar, Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, through his representative. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 more goodwill messages and we go into the keynote address. Join me in welcoming to the lectern, representing Nairo Farm, pharmacist Femi Shoyemekun, for a quick goodwill message. That will then be followed by AHAPON National Chairman giving a goodwill message on behalf of AHAPON.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would stand on the existing because it has been established. If I stand beside it, I might be required to add some things to what has been established. But if I stand on it, that means I'm already taking authority of what I'm standing upon. So we have many ways of looking at that. I'm glad to be here, and congratulations to PWDAN. Interestingly, I also have been, one way or the other, watching PWDAN and, of course, encouraging PWDAN with this setup and when they started many years ago. And what I would say, as also a player in the industry, is to say that we all need to give PWDAN a great opportunity to grow faster than they're growing. Because let's face the fact, we need them for the complete chain of our industry to be solid, to be one that we can get rid of the problems that Nigeria has been facing with counterfeit. Because there's no way we'll have the likes of PWDAN and counterfeit products will enter into the chain. And you know, there's no way you talk about Nigeria either by the regulators or we ourselves that will not be mentioning something about counterfeit products. I've had my own share as a company with experience, and currently they're still trying, again, after running away for so many years, again wanting to counterfeit. So they themselves see themselves as a big business. But if I want to also be a bit controversial, like my brother, Mr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, or pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, I would say, I would also touch on the fact that why is it that those who want to do well, who want to help our industry, are the ones that regulators will focus on, thinking that they are doing badly, when they should encourage them such that those ones that are outside, that are not in that space, they will find a way of checking on them and telling them, why don't you go and join these guys who know what to do? So that way, you can get those ones who are outside, who believe that they are untouchable, who believe that they are doing something right by being outside, and they continue to make everybody talk about our industry as if we don't know what to do. We don't have the brains to do the right things. So, and it is the regulator that can give that direction, because when they go to the places where those guys are not doing the right thing, and they see them going there, they are the ones that start saying, how am I going to do the right thing? I better go and ask questions, so I don't want them to raid my shop tomorrow. But we hear about the ones that are trying to do the right thing, keeps on facing the pressure, good distribution practice today. Your temperature is not okay. Your this is not okay. They've already gone to that trouble of getting proper certification, getting professionals to check their system. And in the process, they've spent money because they also believe that if they have good structures, definitely more members would want to join. We would see them as the people to deal with because we also have responsibilities too as importers to work with people in the supply chain that are certified. I recall in those days when we all tried to deal with or work or do business with multinationals. And when they give you the list of the things that you need to have, you just shake your head and say, can I meet this? But when you strive to meet it, you discover that you set a standard for yourself. PWDAN, I know that they are doing that amongst their members to set a standard. And that's a standard we all love to see and have done. So I would be encouraging PWDAN. Don't get tired. In Nigeria, we like to go after those who have set standards and be harassing them, you know. But sometimes it's good, sometimes it's a bit too much. But hang in there. I'm sure our regulators will see when some of us keep on shouting that it's enough. Do not kill them. Do not make them feel as if they need to, they regretted improving on their quality systems. Rather, let's go outside to those other guys. Fortunately, those other guys have groups. So why don't we engage them as a group too? You know, as a regulator and talk to them. That guys, this is what is expected of you. If you continue this way, we would have to clamp you down. And that way, all of us will see that our industry is being handled. The so-called NDDC, which a lot of us participated in over the years, and we did a lot of work, praying. This is our big brother, who are the ones that also were pushing a lot for that. We know the importance of that. So when are we going to wake up and actually say to ourselves, it's fully operational? When? So PWDAN, don't just think that you are just an association. You have a role to play. We importers have done our own, and we keep on shouting. Retailers are doing theirs as well as ACPN. But you, don't say because you are young, you would just be sitting and waiting. You have to push. You have to fight. And I believe that the people I can see on that program, and I know quite a lot of them, they're not people that can easily be pushed aside. So please continue to push forward to get to where we want to get to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We nearly continued the shaking, but it's okay. I don't even know where to stand now. Is it on the protocol? Beside protocol? Okay, let me stand in front of the protocol. All right, ladies and gentlemen, join me welcoming the Ahapon National Chairman, Pharmacist Bode Ogunjamiya, as he gives a very quick goodwill message. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Shino. Well, I think I better stand on the existing protocol. It's better to stand on it rather standing beside it. Well, I brought greetings from the Association of Hospital and Administrative Pharmacists of Nigeria, and I want to actually congratulate PWDAN for this auspicious occasion. The theme of the conference is apt at this particular period, and especially because we are talking about medicine security, strengthening the pharma supply chain. The hospital and administrative pharmacies are actually a partner in progress. And of course, we know that supply chain is not complete until the medicine actually gets to the final consumer, the patients. And of course, that's where the roles of, or that's where the hospital and administrative pharmacies actually come in. And one thing that we are concerned about right now is actually the cost of medication. Of course, we cannot actually run away from all the necessary or all the incidental expenses that goes into it, like the exchange rate, for instance, of course, the labor cost, and even transportation cost. I recall that sometimes early this year, we actually ordered infusion from a particular company, and by the time it was being transported from Lagos down to Ondo State, the vehicle broke down on the road. They were there for like 2 or 3 days before they sent out. You know, all those things actually go a long way in affecting the cost, the final cost that this will get to the patients. And of course, being an hospital pharmacist, I can also not run away from the fact that the various institutions are actually owing the distributors and the manufacturers, as the case may be. But don't leave us alone. You cannot run away from us. Debt is part of this life. Even Nigeria is owing. So, despite the fact that we are owing, we will pay our debt. I am sure about that, and you will keep supplying us. You cannot run away. You cannot separate hospital practice from all this that we are talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to end by inviting all of us to the 24th Annual National Scientific Conference of our dear association coming up in Lagos here from the 21st to 25th of August. Okay, thank you. So I'm inviting you to our 24th Annual National Scientific Conference holding in Lagos from the 21st to 25th of August. Incidentally, the theme of our conference is Medicine Insecurity, a Threat to Public Health. So it's like we are saying the same thing. So you are all invited. I want to appreciate the organizers of this program, and I wish you happy deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Don't worry. They will pay. They will pay. Just apply. They will pay. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the presence of the Managing Director, GS1 Nigeria, Mr. Tunde Odolame, could you please rise for recognition? All right, you're welcome, sir. All right, sir. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome the supervising chairman now. Because one thing we are very quick to point out is that all PWDAN members are members of ACPN. And so it is not, there's no quarrel. We are all under the same umbrella. And so just a few minutes ago, the national chairman of ACPN walked in, and it's only befitting that he speaks to his people. Interestingly, he comes from that, it's the other one that used to say, my people. It's not your governor. Your governor is the one that is, you know. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to pharmacist Wale Oladigbolu, national chairman ACPN, that gives us a goodwill message from the association.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you a lot, and I want to appreciate PWDAN's effort in putting orderliness into the chaos that characterizes the supply chain system in Nigeria. Each time we gather like this, there is that tendency for us to underestimate what we are doing. What we are doing here is to guarantee that there's future of healthcare in Nigeria. What we are doing here is to ensure that people live, and they live very well. What we are doing here is to reprofessionalize the profession of pharmacy, the profession that all of us are so proud of, but has been so messed up by the chaos in the distribution system of medicines in Nigeria. When I woke up this morning, the first thing that came to my mind is on medicine shortages. We are talking about insecurity, but medicines are short. And each time we have this kind of shortages, it means people will die needlessly. And which group should we call upon to address this system? It is PWDAN that we should call upon. It is the manufacturers and importers of medicines in our system that we should call to order. The other time somebody came to my pharmacy, he was finding it very difficult to breathe. And what he asked for is salbutamol nebules. He has the nebulizer that he has bought with great cost, but the nebules are not available anywhere. What should I do? I should rather tell the man to go to the hospital where he will not even have access to this same medication we are talking about. Or should I find an alternative? Or as a leader, we should look ourselves straight in the eyes and tell ourselves we are not doing well enough. First, the salbutamol inhalers is restricted, supply chain disruption is happening, and then the immediate medication that that patient needs at that exact point in time to continue to live and guarantee wellness and worthiness for his household is missing. That is why I said it is so easy for us to underestimate this gathering and the impact that PWDAN members are contributing to the system. Having laid this on the ground, I would like to say a very big thank you to PWDAN members for coming to put orderliness into an otherwise chaotic situation. A situation that we are finding it's so hard to address, so much hard to address, that in the 3 decades of my practice, the word chaos has become a living standard with pharmacy practice. But with what you are doing, we are beginning to see orderliness in the midst of this chaos. We are beginning to see hope, and we are beginning to see the light in the pipeline without damaging those pipelines. I would like to encourage you so much that please continue to do your best for the pharmaceutical industry, because without you being there, cost of medicines will even go up without we knowing it. What happens? Importers, manufacturers probably overstock some entities, and these entities resupply the wholesalers, and they add another layer of distribution to it. That is one likely thing that could happen. The other likely thing is that if we don't hold this association strong enough, those people who are graduating, many more, I don't want to use that word now, many more people who are involved in the pharmaceutical supply chain, they will keep thriving, and there will be no difference between the professionals and the traitors to our chosen profession. So for what you are doing, we acknowledge it, we respect it, we will work together with you to see the future of good distribution system in Nigeria. So thank you so much. We appreciate you, and whatever level of support that we need to give. I know that for these members of this association, they are cream la cream. They don't need our money. But whatever other level of support that they will need, we will give to them. Thank you, and God bless you really good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That's well said. When your national chairman has such confidence that, he's there for you for advice, for everything, but not the money. No, New Heights. Me, I need the money. You people don't need the money. My chairman, sir, let's discuss on behalf of them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is set for us to listen to the keynote address. Ms. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 would have loved to be here, but she's unavoidably absent. But she has sent no less a let's have the slides up. She has sent no less a personality to deliver the paper on her behalf. Join me with a rousing round of applause to welcome Dr. Stephanie Oluide as she speaks to the topic, strengthening the local pharma chain, a vital step towards achieving the universal health coverage mandate of Nigeria. Let's appreciate her once again, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause. You're welcome, madam.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon. Sorry, I have good morning on on my sheet, but good afternoon. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to be here today. Please permit me to stand in existing protocols. I am Dr. Stephanie Oluide. I will not explain what type of doctor because I think I am outnumbered here. I work at so let's assume I'm a PhD doctor. I work at the Africa Resource Center for Excellence in Supply Chain Management, and I'm representing our CEO here today, who, like has been mentioned earlier, is unavoidably absent today. She sends her regards to the association, to the committee, and to everyone, and she wishes you a successful meeting. Now, I think it was the MC that mentioned, so I'm not a supply chain expert, and I thank God that I know they mentioned that the capacity building was yesterday. So please, I won't be doing any capacity building in my presentation. So in case you missed the session yesterday, please see them for supply chain capacity building notes. I will be speaking more to the work that we're actually doing as RKSM and sharing a little bit about who we are. I know someone mentioned that we are the new kids on the block. So introducing ourselves to the association, and we have actually been doing quite a lot of work with PMG-MAN over the last 2 years, and so that's the work that I'll be speaking to. And obviously we're happy to have PWDAN, did I get it right? I hope I did. To have PWDAN as another association that we begin to work with going forward. So just to, like I said, to give a little introduction into who we are at RKSM. So we're really a library. We describe ourselves as a local NGO that functions as a resource library for supply chain expertise, financing, innovation, and solutions that will help address the supply chain gaps in the public health sector. Now, our vision, as you can see on the slide, is to achieve equitable access to medicines and healthcare commodities across Nigeria. And our mission is to be the leading resource platform to the federal and state governments in Nigeria to provide access to supply chain expertise, financing, and solutions to improve public health. So this slide just really speaks to our theory of change and our key outcomes. And you will notice that one of our primary outcomes really is to increase private sector investment and participation in the public health supply chain space. As highlighted in the previous slide, which I think is also mentioned here, our goal or our vision or our impact is really, like I said, to ensure equitable access to medicines and healthcare commodities to all citizens in Nigeria. So this slide just basically shows how we function, and I will dwell on this slide a little bit just to share a little bit more information about when we say we're a resource library, what does that mean? And so I will then be speaking to the three buckets on the, sorry, I don't know how to use the pointers, so I'll just use my hand. So I'll be speaking to the platforms that I mentioned on the left-hand side of the slide. And so as a library, the way we work is really to create these communities or networks of, on one hand, corporate organizations, which is what the private sector membership platform speaks to. A platform also for experts. So we have experts from supply chain, public health, pharmacists within the expert pool platform, and a platform that speaks specifically to education and research, as well as to certifications and the likes. Of note, on our PSM platform, we currently have over 25 companies, actually, local manufacturers registered on our platform, including, yet again, I'm mentioning your name, sir, Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, and we have some Pharmaceuticals as well, and 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞, who are the one of the sponsors for the events. They currently account for about 75% of the members on our platform. That is local manufacturers. In terms of our expert pool platform, we have over 58 pharmacists registered on the platform. They make up about 50% of the platform. And lastly, on our Center of Excellence platform, we've trained over 100 people, many of which have been pharmacists on supply chain as well. So we do quite a lot of work with local manufacturers and individual pharmacists as well. Now, for the keynotes, we really just want to speak to, like I said, speak to one of the case studies from the work that we're doing that showcases how we've been able to work with local manufacturers using Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 may be able to answer that question. A very innovative approach, let's put it that way. And it's really an approach that looks at engaging a lot of sectors beyond the usual sectors, and in a bid to try and address this UHC mandate that we keep talking about in Nigeria. So this slide actually shows a picture from one of our breakfast meetings, which is where we would usually have one a year, where we bring together the local pharmaceutical companies, the CEOs of the local pharmaceutical companies, and the commissioners for health from the states where we're currently working. If you know, I'm sure you could probably recognize a couple of people on the slide, as well as, I believe, the national coordinator and the current director of Food and Drug Services at the Federal Ministry of Health is also in the picture as well. So, it's a little bit of a busy slide, but I'll just quickly speak to it. So one of the ways we work, like I had highlighted on the previous slide, is that we are a resource platform. And so a lot of the way that the government pulls down on the resources or the expertise that we have within the platforms is through a vehicle called our projects. And through our projects, we are able to the project team is able to draw on the resources within the platforms. So one of the projects that we're currently working on is this SSTS project, which basically means Strategic Support to Targeted States. It's funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And under that project, we're supporting 10 priority states, the BMGF supported states. The map actually shows you the 10 states, but there's a different color coding based off of the states that are currently involved in the partnership that I'm going to speak to, that heavily involves the local manufacturers, and the states that are not yet on board with that partnership. Just to take a step back a little before I talk about that, one of the things I would like to highlight is, as the key target for this project is brokering regional, national, and local collaborative partnerships with the private sector to support the implementation of prioritized interventions. That's one of the key targets for this project. Now, if you look at the middle column, we have listed quite a number of stakeholders that are involved in this partnership. Like I mentioned, the National Product Supply Chain Management Program, which is part of the Federal Ministry of Health, state drug management agencies, who are the key, partners to the local manufacturers in this partnership that I'm about to speak a little bit more on. And also, the other states' leadership, including the commissioners for health, the executive secretaries of the primary healthcare development agencies, and the other respective agencies in the states, and the key private sector partners in the partnership, which are the members of PMG-MAN. We also have ourselves, RKSM, and some other IPs, as well as other development partners. So besides the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we also have USAID and the Global Fund as well supporting this initiative. Now, to just give a little bit of information on what the partnership is. So the partnership is basically, we have the local manufacturers providing states with commodities on credit. Most of these drug management agencies are new drug management agencies that have just been recently set up, and as such have not yet built the capacity to be able to procure in advance or to pay upfront. And so the idea is, the agreement is that we have an agreement with the local manufacturers or local PMG-MAN, where they provide the commodities to the state drug management agencies on credit, and once the drug management agencies have been able to accumulate the funds, they pay back based on an agreed time period. So there's usually an MOU, like it says, signed by both parties, that specifies two key things, I think, are the key things that we want to highlight: the lead time for delivery and the payment timeline. So there's an agreed payment timeline in terms of, I will supply you based on this timeline, and you will pay me back within 6 weeks or within 8 weeks. So those terms are clearly spelled out in the MOU, and both parties sign. Now, the last part that just speaks to is the last bit that just speaks to how we also try and get the private sector to give their CSR as well as we do go about this public-private partnership. And that's mainly, basically, the private sector finding opportunities to infuse their CSR into the partnership. An example was the partnership started in Yobe State. Yobe State was keen to procure more commodities, but unfortunately their warehouse was not able to accommodate the amount of commodities that they required. And so there was an agreement to say, the issue really is the racking system. Is there a way that we can get the private sector to support with the racking system so that they can accommodate more of your products and therefore are able to procure more from you, so therefore increasing your LPOs? And so the agreement was, okay, we'll help with the racking system. And so 3 of the companies sponsored the racking system in the States, and that increased the volume that they were able to purchase from those companies over that period. And that is an example of a CSR opportunity that we've tested in this model. Now, just to speak to the fundamentals of the partnership. So the key thing, obviously, is transparency. I think this was probably the first thing that I think even before the partnership started, we were on this journey before anybody sent any LPOs for over a year plus, before we could get anything done. And I remember the first time I went to see Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, and he was smiling, but I could tell, he was thinking, these people are crazy. Like, what are they saying? Like, how am I going to give my drugs to a state that probably is still owing me? And now you're telling me based on you, who are you, Azuka, who are you, Stephanie, what are you talking about? Why would I sign up to this? Why does it make sense for me to do this again? How do I know I'm not going to get burnt again? So we spent over a year just building trust and telling them, okay, no, don't worry, this will be different. How? This will be different. Don't worry, we will make sure it's different. How? Okay, we are in the picture. We'll also follow up to make sure that if somebody is not paying you, we are the ones that will do the chasing. And so that's the role that we currently play in this partnership as well. Besides PMGMAN's role as the gatekeeper to their members, we also follow up to make sure that any state that is going to be part of this partnership, we also do our due diligence to make sure, first of all, you have decided within your state that you want to do this business. Nobody is forcing you. Nobody is pushing it on you. You have the team on ground to take on the work. You have the funds to pay as well. Because like I said, if you heard the terms I mentioned, I said 6 weeks payment, 8 weeks payment. I didn't say 1 year later. So those are the sort of conversations that we have from the get-go to say, do you have the money and can you do it? If you don't, please step back. And that's why when I showed the map, there are 10 states, but there are only 5 states that are currently doing this because we are not pushing anybody to do something that they know that they're not going to follow through with. And so we did a lot of work on both sides, on the PMGMAN side as well as the state side, to make sure that everybody was ready before we went ahead to sign any MOU. And so that's why transparency is the first thing on the list there. And just having a clear understanding of what exactly does this mean, how is this going to impact on the states, what is the value add of bringing in local manufacturers and the rest. And like I said, we have quite a number of gatekeepers. PMGMAN, the donors, ARC, and everyone is involved in making sure that both parties are playing their role in line with the MOU. Now, reduced exposure to risk. I guess we can say that there were some pioneers that were happy to start the business. Not everybody was interested at the start because obviously they wanted to see how it was going to go. Let those people go first and see. Let's see if they get paid. If they get paid, maybe we too will join. So that was sort of how we started. We started with 3 companies in Yobe State. I think by 6 months after, we had 2 more companies interested in joining Yobe State because they could see that Yobe was paying. As of now, I believe Yobe has about 9 companies working with them based off of this agreement. And Yobe State was one of the first states to start. They've been running for 2 years now. I believe they pay within 2 weeks of receiving their order. 2 to 4 weeks, they pay up their LPOs. And, there has been no issues whatsoever. I guess another thing that we also try and do is provide opportunities for the partners to come together once a quarter to speak to, are there any issues that you're currently having with the partnership? Are there any areas that we need to address? Are there any gaps that we need to deal with? For example, in terms of registration with the local authorities in the states, are there any taxes you need to pay? And addressing some of those issues. So we do quite a lot of work to make sure that this partnership is sustained. Like I said, it's been running now for over 2 years, and touch wood, there's no wood here, but touch wood, we haven't had any issues so far. The last part, I think, which is most important, is that the partnership is an executive agenda. So we only have the CEOs of the companies and the commissioners in the states that sign this agreement, so that we know that it is the leadership of the company and the leadership of the state that are agreeing to go into this agreement. It's not the salesperson that just happens to be there that is getting it. It is the leadership, so that we have people to hold accountable when things go haywire. Now, the next slide, I just wanted to highlight some of the things that we've seen so far in terms of addressing universal health coverage and the impact the PPP has had so far on the states. And, for example, there's been a high number of requests for the things like oxytocin, misoprostol, infusions especially, ACTs, ORS, antibiotics from the states, in the 5 states that we mentioned. We also have states now stocking up to 1,000 plus SKUs just based off of this agreement. Many of them are maternal and newborn commodities as well as malaria commodities. And like I mentioned before, the credit facility that the local manufacturers were able to provide to the states were worth in millions, 1.4 million to $3.2 million, not even in naira. And I believe that most of the states that we're working with have been quite regular with payments. The other thing we also, with the transparency agreements, is look, if you're having any issue with paying, speak up. Don't keep quiet as a state and just be saying, we're working on this, we're working on this. Let us know what the issue is so that if we need to go talk to your leadership, if we need to go talk to somebody, we're there to speak to them. So I think the last thing which I think is very important, and I think which has been very exciting for us, is so the drug management agencies, many of them started, like Yobe State started off fresh in 2020. And so the idea was we are now the ones that are in charge of the drug revolving fund in the states. Means that we have to now go and canvass for facilities that will come and buy from us. We don't want to buy from the local manufacturers and just keep it in the warehouse. We need facilities to come and buy from us. And so they started with what they call capitalization, which is where I'm sure many people know what that is. You select a number of facilities, give them some funds, seed funds, to be able to start the revolving fund. With the access to the amount of commodities and the drugs that we've been able to access through PMGMAN, we have states like Yobe State go from 0% coverage, so that meaning how many health facilities are buying from you, to now they have 72% of the primary healthcare facilities in their states buying from the drug management agency. We also have the likes of Kaduna State that went up from 42% to 92% currently. Kaduna State is almost supplying all of the primary healthcare facilities that they have in their states based off of the partnership they have with PMGMAN at the moment. So that one is really exciting for me, that is happening. Some of the other states are a little slower, but they're also picking up gradually. And this is all thanks to PMGMAN, really. If PMGMAN had told us to go away, there would be no case studies to be presenting today, because all of the work that we've done really has been with PMGMAN. And so you can also see that there's so much more opportunity there in terms of the pharmaceutical manufacturers don't manufacture everything. And we know that there's a role for the likes of PWDAN here in this arrangement. There are many commodities that still don't have anybody supplying them presently. But we haven't been able to gain access to any companies because we're very careful about which companies we bring on board to this partnership. And so that you can see, I mean, many times the states send list of over 300 plus commodities. Many of them, the local manufacturers don't manufacture. So many of them would just say, well, there's no supplier for that. Let's focus on the ones that we have a supplier for. And so you can see, and this is only still 6 states. You can imagine what happens if we go to even the 10 that we have on the map. Then not to talk about the 36 plus 1 and the impact that that could potentially have. Now, this next slide just highlights quite a number of the things that I would say that the local manufacturers have done. This is just more impact of the work so far. So, it's, like I mentioned, currently there are 25 on the platform, but 19 of them are actively doing business with 6. Okay, the reason why we have 6 now is Ekiti State also has joined the wagon. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 is not being funded by a donor. They actually paid themselves for us to provide them with this service. And they are also now part of this partnership. So that's why it says 6 states. And we have 19 companies so far actively participating in the partnership presently. Now, I think point 2 might also interest maybe the members of PWDAN. The companies have recorded at least a 5% increase in revenue since inception. This is only the last 2 years. And that's the companies that have declared. So we don't know how much people may be getting way higher revenues than we're aware of. Now, the third point just really speaks to the fact that local manufacturers have also now been recognized as key actors in supporting the government to achieve its UHT mandate. And I think we can always read the rest of the points. I think point 7 is the one that I will just speak a little bit to. So there is a case study, or there is an incident that happened in Yobe State where they had, during the COVID pandemic, they had a cholera outbreak. And so a lot of people have spoken about what happened during COVID and how there was basically nothing available. Everyone was scrambling around looking for commodities. And the key thing they needed really was ringers lactate. Due to this partnership, Yobe State had no issues getting access to ringers lactate because their partners were supplying them irrespective of the fact that it was during COVID. And so they were able to really manage the cholera outbreak in a way that they would never have expected, given that there was a pandemic going on as well at the time. And the Commissioner for Health in Yobe State will always explain that story and say that story of how, if not for the partnership, they would have had a lot more children die that year from the cholera outbreak. So I feel that that's a very important thing to highlight, and we're really grateful to PMG-MAN for the way they've taken this partnership. My CEO calls it a PPP marriage. So in that, the state is the husband and the pharmaceutical companies are the wives. And that if you are in a marriage, if you fight, you wake up tomorrow morning and say sorry and continue. So we never stop. We fight and then we move on. But there's no ending to the marriage as long as everybody is interested in continuing in the marriage. The last slide really now just speaks to really our call to action. And this is where, we're just highlighting, these are actually from the African Union. This is the African Union's call to action. And obviously, I think everybody has highlighted this. There's a need to expand local manufacturing capacity. I think I was quite excited to see some of the things that 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 is working on now as well. Many of those commodities are commodities that we're still struggling to find suppliers for. So it's good to see that is already ongoing. Another area, obviously, is the issues around, still around manufacturing as well. And then lastly, obviously, is really just addressing whatever trade barriers there are. And I think for us, the thing we want to really highlight is that we feel that pharmaceutical companies and pharmacists really need to stop just being advocates of public health, but you need to also get involved in public health and understanding what public health is, how your commodities get into the public health space, and become really key players in this place, just like the local manufacturers have now become. Get involved, understand what the state is doing, understand the state's mandate, understand the state's targets, and see how your commodities are helping them to drive increase in health facility coverage. Health facility coverage means more people are getting access to commodities. It means addressing universal health coverage mandates. It means more people have access to the affordable and essential and quality medicines as well. So we're also making sure, it's PMG-MAN's products that are in those health facilities and not, somebody and sons or whatever commodities that are in those health facilities. It is the quality and trusted commodities that are at the PHCs now. That is what we're trying to achieve with this. And it is important that, thank you. It is important that we also then begin to understand the role of supply chain and how it is important that pharmacists now seriously take interest in supply chain and understanding supply chain and seeing that supply chain is a key enabler for you to be able to do whatever it is that you're looking to do in the health space. I know Mr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 has seen us visit his office recently and knocking on his door and insisting that he must have a supply chain manager, he must have a supply chain team, he must have people in his team that understand supply chain, because we understand that it is where everybody is going now in the world. Everybody is looking at the importance of supply chain, securing your supply chain, building your supply chain team, efficiency, sustainability. There's so many things around supply chain. And we need pharmaceutical companies and pharmacists to start to understand that and see the role that you really have to play in that space so that we can be able to achieve our UHC mandate and ensure medicine security in Nigeria. So on this note, I will end my speech. I hope Azuka, if she's watching on YouTube, is happy with my presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. Let's give another round of applause. It's good to know that things are happening within that space, and it's high time PWDAN joined the fray. I was flowing, very well until towards the end, when she said it's like a marriage. The state is there, the industry is there. I said, PWDAN can't go. Now, side chick, I've been a second wife. Because I'm trying to understand the marriage. Now that there's a marriage, and you're trying to bring in a third party now. So now, side chick, you invite. I've been a second wife. Where? Mr. Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, I like to go shift small. You will shift small. So that a new babe can come into the. When I can enter the. I want local, yeah. Like I shift small, Yeah, he's for PWDAN, anything for you, Now so they always start. It's just that the quarrel now be all those quarrel in the night and the morning. You go enter afternoon now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very beautiful one. Any questions? Let's appreciate her once again. It was very well put together. Any questions, contributions? Okay. In the absence of that, we'll be honoring. Okay. Our chairman wants to make a comment.
Yeah, I want to know, in invitation for engagement, I know that when you want to engage the government, they will ask you to do due diligence by going through the Bureau for Public Enterprises. Does that still go, or you go directly to partner with you? I want to know.
Any other? Okay, so let's take that.
Thank you, sir. So that is still required for most of the states, but because you're working with the states, they also help you support that process. So they'll usually assign you to someone within the bureau that can help you make sure that you get through the process quicker. But it's still part of the process. So most of the local manufacturers have gone through that process as well in the states.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fowler. I guess my name has been mentioned so many times here that I'm becoming very controversial. But just to say that I'm one of the discussants, so I'm going to have opportunity to speak to some of the issues. But to highlight what Shina said, that this has been a marriage, and to highlight what can be achieved when there is openness and sincerity. I was the PMG chairman when ACT came on board. It wasn't easy to sell this to our members. It was most difficult. I had sleepless nights. But so far, beyond business, what this program has been able to achieve is awesome. To think that you walk into an average public health facility and the quality of drugs in those facilities are guaranteed. To think that we can sit down in a house with a government agency and then midwifing and you can get your money when you supply. It is just to say that many things look impossible, but this arrangement has proved that if you are committed to it with an open mind, a lot can be achieved. It's actually a marriage with PMG married, we are the husband, isn't it? But just to say that, yes, we are open, PAC is open, and actually the more the better, because we would like those complementary products we don't make to be supplied through an organized structure like PWDAN, because that way we can all deal with issues together. One of the ways forward, and this is going to come a lot more, is the more we start working together, the better we're going to fix this problem. Just to say that, to collaborate what she has said, that's why I stood up. If only her spoke and industry doesn't speak, people may have doubt. This is working, and I think it's being copied now in Ghana. It's being copied now in other African countries. So this is something coming from Nigeria that we are proud of. Thank you, Dr. Stephen, and thank you to Azuka. Thank you very much. The marriage is getting closer and better, but we'll look more before we marry more people. So be careful.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞. All right, I'd like to now invite the chairman of PWDAN with his able EXCO members to come and make presentations to the keynote speaker and then some of the speakers of yesterday.
Thank you. Yesterday we had we moved the program from being a capacity building and renamed it a master class. It was indeed a splendid time we had here. This afternoon we want to appreciate the facilitators, the resource persons we used yesterday. I don't know whether the speaker of yesterday, pharmacist Lawa Solari. I will please crave the indulgence of the chairman of today's occasion, Pharmacist Olumide Akintayo, to come and do this presentation. Pharmacist Solari worked for OPE, and he took us through the use of IT to drive supply chain processes.
Well, this is a further affirmation of the polyglottic skills only pharmacists can display. I always say that it is only in our profession, especially in the health sector, that you find pharmacists dotting all nooks and crannies, from banking to oil and gas, telecoms, and all that. And so we're very proud of you, Pharmacist Solari. We believe that we'll see you in other capacities very soon. Nothing stops a pharmacist from becoming the governor of Central Bank. So many of you are, oh yes, a pharmacist. I'm sure many of you know that the MD of GT, one of Nigeria's most reputable banks, is a pharmacist. Oh yes, she's a pharmacist. If you can be MD of GTB, you can be governor of Central Bank. Oh, okay, you work with our GT. So, congratulations. Please, on behalf of PWDAN, it's a token, but we do seriously appreciate you. Thank you. Congratulations.
The second person is actually a member of PWDAN, the general manager of Vasipharm. She took us on the importance of cold chain in pharma distribution. Pharmacist Fadeke Adeyemi. And today happened to be her birthday. I will call on Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 to please come and present this award of appreciation.
Thank you very much. Do we sing happy birthday first? Okay, so on behalf of all of us, happy birthday. Happy birthday. And on behalf of all the members of PWDAN and the leadership, we want to say thank you very much for your resourcefulness. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So you equally you agree with me that we had quite a lot of representations today. In my opening remark, I said that DAY2, the paper and the presenter, will do us proud, and she really did. And she equally told us she was a little bit shy to tell us that her doctorate wasn't honorary, but by coursework. So we want to appreciate the keynote speaker as she doubles to come and collect the appreciation award for her boss. I want to call on the national chairman of ACPN, who happened to have the same color code in her dressing, to come and give. This does not mean that they are marrying, please. So that should be.
Thank you so very much. I heard somebody say laughing. And you know, there is one person in that class that married 7 at a time. All right? Okay, so thank you very much. We really enjoyed your presentation. And beyond that, we really love what you are doing, bringing the people who otherwise would not have worked together, the government and the private sector, bringing them together and making sure there is value in it and making sure that Nigeria live a healthier life. Thank you. God bless you really good. On behalf of PWDAN, I present this appreciation award to you. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that we are able to manage our time better, like you know, this is a hybrid event. We are here physically and there are people online. We have also structured the tea break to be a hybrid tea break. So if you look behind you, some people have started the tea break already, but no worry, go issue. So the way it's been structured now is that the snacks are being served, and then you can just go to the point and pick your tea or coffee and then come back to your seat. That way we can shave conveniently 30 minutes from a tea break that would have been a bit complicated. So once you have your snacks, just feel free to go outside and pick your tea or coffee or juice and come back to your seat. If you have not gotten, please, they will get to you in no time so that we can, probably by 1:30, we can aim to start the panel session. So we have about 20 minutes now just to do this. Once you have your snacks, you can get your tea and visit the stands and do whatever you want to do. Otherwise, let's just enjoy. Did we pay for music as part of this thing? So thank you. All right. Please, if you've not gotten your snacks, don't move around too much so that they don't know, they can know where the service has gotten to. Thank you. We'll be discussing issues around a central theme. However, we've brought practitioners and players from different spheres of practice. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by, let me start by welcoming to the stage the representative of the DG NAFDAC. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I once again introduce pharmacist Fraden Bitrus as he comes to take his seat on the panel. You're welcome, sir. Let the applause keep coming. Yes, sir. Yeah. He's here. Join me in welcoming to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, representative of the Registrar Pharmacist Council of Nigeria, pharmacist Solomon Shihi. A round of applause for him as he comes up. You sit there. Our regulator, yeah. No, yeah. That's my own chair. You will protect us. We'll be in the middle. All right, ladies and gentlemen. In no particular order now, I would like to in as much as the organizers try to do gender bias, the gender did not bias itself. So we'll continue. Join me welcoming Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 to the panel. I will give him, being my Oga on so many fronts, I will give him liberty to choose where to sit, either here or here. No, the middle we reserve the middle for. All right, sir. You can sit here, close to NAFDAC, sir. And then I would like to invite pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, MD Pharmatext, who will be coming on the panel, representing the interest of PWDAN on the panel. All right, sir. And then you will sit here, sir. And so for the only lady on the panel, we say we'll reserve the middle for her. So that she'll be done coordinating things left and right while the regulators are guiding us from the corners. Join me in welcoming pharmacist Bumi Olugbija, CEO Premier Pharmacy, as she comes on the panel to speak to the interests of community pharmacists. And she shall be taking it from right at the center. Our regulators have gone to collect fortification. All right, so I'll take my seat while I wait for the regulators to... Yeah, because, we are speaking collaboration now between PCN and NAFDAC, so maybe they are comparing notes, which you could talk, so that we can talk the same thing. All right, so... Okay, the lectern can go, and then you can give us small music to... So let me put some structure to the panel session. After the opening statements of the panelists, we've been here since yesterday, and we've heard the issues discussed. If you have any issues arising from yesterday, today, or issues you brought from home, We'll take them now. You will write your questions down either in the notebook provided by PWDAN or in the Marriot notebook, and it will be forwarded to the secretariat, that's Pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, and then I'll get them from her. However, a few people will be excluded from the writing assignment. They will be allowed to use the microphone to talk, and those will be the ACPN National Chairman, the Chairman of the occasion, a keynote speaker, and NAIROFAM President. So every other person, just put your questions, your comments down, and they'll be attended to by the members of the panel. However, those privileged members of the audience can make inputs, especially based on questions that come to us. Now, a number of us came with guns blazing, and I will advise, dry your gunpowder. No be fights. We are here to make progress. We are here to make a constructive way forward. And so our emphasis will be on how to get on the right track towards our destination. And so let's make our contributions, questions in a constructive manner that members of the panel will be able to address. Members of the panel also can ask questions of other players within the space. But more importantly, the goal is that we leave this place with a clearer path towards our destination. Now, the panel is fully composed. And to kind of set the tone for the discussions we are going to have, when we talk about the supply chain system, in Nigeria, or what it should be, it means different things to different people. For the community pharmacist, it's probably different from the wholesaler, who's probably different from the manufacturer or the importer. It's also possibly different even for the regulator. But there are some things that are common in our space. We spoke about the chaos that has come to characterize the space, even though our CPC chairman looks for a more decorative word to call it, but it is what it is, chaos. And so, in setting the tone, in the days of Prince Julius Adelusi, those days when he wrote about the chaotic distribution system, he probably was dealing with the open drug market and all those things. But while the market has continued to exist and morph, new challenges have joined the problem. I think we have finished. Okay, let me not use that example. And so, right now, it has gone beyond, I dare say, open drug markets. Now, the internet has joined. Now, social media has joined. And if we continue chasing the open drug market, we'll lose sight of the bigger problem. I remember a time where we started finding controlled medicines on Gigi. On Jumia, anybody just opens and says, I can supply you any medicine. Now, medicines are relabeled as all sorts of things. Triple action creams are now cosmetic products, It's now getting out of the market. It's becoming more chaotic, and those are some of the issues we need to speak to. A few other issues that seem to be arising, I don't know whether it's new, but because I'm close to a little bit to some of the wholesalers and I work with a lot of retailers, I see a lot of what I'll call reverse wholesaling or reverse distribution. What do I mean? The chain that they drew for us says importer, manufacturer, wholesaler, retailer, consumer. But we now see reverse osmosis when retailer will go and bring products and give wholesaler. I say, help me sell this thing. And I'm like, if you were wholesaler, why did you? If you are not the wholesaler, So we are seeing all sorts within the space, And so the question is, what do we do? There are also some realities that we need to face. While NAFDAC wants to pursue its mandate, PCA wants to pursue its mandate, those mandates, unfortunately, cannot be outside the realities of practice. Even NAFDAC knows and accepts, except I'm wrong, that not all products consumed within the system will carry a number, which is why there's an alternative process for those kind of orphan drugs and all the rest. So how do we make sure that those things work seamlessly so that those things that were complained about were those who try to do the right things. But like the national chairman said, if that salbutamol issue, the Nebul issue, keeps coming, the patients will die. And the retail pharmacy is on the receiving end. Because as far as the patient is concerned, you are not helping my condition. But you cannot explain to that person that it doesn't have NAFDAC number. Those are real issues that need to be discussed, and that's why we're here. And so we'll be starting by, please let's double check that the mics it's like a one between two. Let's be sure that they're all working well. That's good, okay. Good. Okay, the red one, please. Let's double check the red one. So I won't be taking, there's no cast order in which the questions or comments will be coming, so I'll rotate them. So I'll start from my far right by asking the representative of NAFDAC, and that's the same question everybody will answer as we start this session. Bearing in mind our local peculiarities, emphasis on local peculiarities. We are who we are. Nigeria is what Nigeria is. What does an ideal, or in replacing the word ideal, what does an optimally functioning supply chain system look like from your point of view? And so that's the question all 5 delegates will answer, all 5 panelists will answer. In your viewpoint, based on what we are and who we are as Nigerians in Nigeria, what does an optimally functional supply chain system look like? So that maybe from there we begin to smoothen the rough edges and begin to read from the same hymn book. Over to you, sir. After you, Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 will give us his perspective, Mr. Olubuja, Pharmaceutical, and then Christian. All right, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I should just go straight to it. We know that we have manufacturers, we have importers. These are the main sources of our products, pharmaceutical products. These are the main source. The importer gets from a manufacturer who is probably not local, who is outside the shores of this nation and knows that there is a need for that product here. So he comes, register that product. We authenticate that that product is actually quality, and he makes available samples, in which case we analyze and we're sure that this product is okay. This product can serve our people. And he's allowed to bring in that product. And when he brings that product, he is busy scouting for products to bring products in. It's not easy for him to also be the marketer of that product. Most times. So he's expected to make this available to distributors. And these distributors should be strategically located that can make these products available for retailers to access this product. And as well, he could, make available to institutions. The retailers make it available to the consumers. So ideally, this is the way it's supposed to be. But in all this, is there proper documentation? Is there proper storage? Is there proper handling? If these things are lacking, then we have a problem. Likewise, the manufacturer who produces, his business is production. He is busy producing. Yes, I know that most times they also have the marketing department. If you have the capacity to market, good and fine. If you have the capacity. But if you don't, then you appoint accredited distributors. What do we mean? It means that you have gone and ensure that this distributor have the conditions for that to be able to store that your product without creating a harm to that product, without making that product become substandard. It means that even the transportation of that product, the means of transportation can guarantee the quality of this product. And at each of these points, there must be checks and balances. There must be authentication that, yes, the quality is still there. If that is not there, then we have problems. Okay. And what do we mean? It means that I know that, yes, this product I'm getting is from the right source. It's from the right source. And if it's from the right source, and if there's an issue, we know where to revert back to. So when we have a well-structured, system like this, it's easy to have that recall that we are talking about. Okay. But if we don't have, recall become a Herculean task for us to overcome.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Let's appreciate NAFDAC for that. Thank you. Now, like I said, as the questions pop up in your head, please write them down, and Lady, please signify. Yes, so get the questions to her, and then we'll get. So once we finish a set of questions for the all panelists, then we'll begin to take questions from the audience. So, Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, in his in the framework he has shared, you are at the top of the pyramid chain. So, as a manufacturer, what would your expectations be of a optimally functional supply chain, such that when you pour those products at the top, it gets to that last mile, sir? Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you, moderator, and thank you, distinguished audience. Some of us, for some time now, have carefully shied away from talking in public when issues like this are being discussed, because we are careful not to say things that can be misunderstood. I would say, classically speaking, as a scholar, with all due respect, it is difficult to speak about an ideal supply chain. It doesn't exist. By its nature, it's a moving process that must keep improving and changing and optimizing. What worked yesterday may not work today. So from that point of view, I will zero down, because we're talking about healthcare now. Yeah. We're talking about PWDAN. And I will take us to Sustainable Development Goal 3, SDG 3, which is where healthcare is in Sustainable Development Goal. There are key pillars that define success in SDG, and that is the ability for the patient to have access to medicines that are of high quality or right quality and efficacious, that are affordable. And if you really want to be fair to SDG on a sustainable basis. Now, those four key points, any supply chain system that fulfills them is optimally functional, because it's achieving the purpose for which it exists. So, any system that guarantees that products can move from the supplier, be he manufacturer or importer, to the end user, guaranteeing that that commodity is available and that commodity meets standard of quality and efficacy and is affordable, is optimally functional. For us as manufacturers, we expect a system that meets these conditions without putting our products at risk and without putting our businesses at risk. I use the word sustainability because a supply chain must be able to revolve itself on a sustainable basis, which means if I supply something today and something happens that disrupts my supply need tomorrow, it's not going to be optimally functional. And that is why, as a manufacturer, we have key indicators that we are looking at a supply chain at every point in time. Is this supply chain capable of taking what I'm producing constantly? Or does he take today, he's not able to take tomorrow? In which case, he dislocates my whole process. Don't forget that I'm sitting on a factory, unlike somebody who is importing finished goods, who can make a decision to import or not to import. But I'm being practical now. I'm not talking textbook. I'm sitting in a factory that is employing 400 people or 500. How am I able to guarantee that this factory runs every day? Because that is how I survive. So I am looking for a supply chain that is going to guarantee me that flow. I'm looking for a supply chain that is going to guarantee that my fund comes back when I need it to be able to oil that. I'm looking for a supply chain that is capable of taking my product to where it's needed, meaning the skewness of the supply is important to me. If my supply chain is making my goods available to only point A and my goods are not available in point B, I am in trouble because it's opening me up to other things. And I'm looking for a supply chain that can guarantee the integrity of my products because of pharmaceutical. I can go on and on and on, but my time is limited. I hope the cycle will come again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. All right. So, pharmacist, thank you. So, pharmacist 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞. Now, you are the retail space, and will I say you are the receiving end of the customers, because the customer doesn't know Mr. Akpa, doesn't know Mr. 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞. You are the one they come to and they say, I need my medicines. And so, in getting those medicines, following the first two speakers in the right quality and all that, what do you look out for as an optimally, let me learn, not ideal now, an optimally functional supply chain product getting to you? What do you look at? What do you think works best for you?
Okay, right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think thank you to the PWDAN executives for having me here. So from the retailer perspective, so obviously we're at the end of the chain, and which is the B2C. Yeah. So we're attending to the consumers directly. What the optimal supply chain would be, ideally would be to ensure that I then get the right drugs at the right place. So if it's a multi-central store, wherever that I am or wherever my business is located, the right drug at the right place, at the right time, in the right quantity to ensure and to prevent stockouts. And of course, this will obviously be necessary to ensure the efficiency of my process and my system, and also to ensure profitability. Because at the end of the day, profitability is necessary for the survival of the business, is at the heart of the business. So even though for us it's just at that end, even the conversations about the right drug is also very important. The integrity, the safety, the quality, and thank God for the PWDAN, they're doing a good job. They're helping to ensure that we cover up at that end in terms of ensuring that we get the drugs. But you see, there are lots of things, and I guess that's why we're having this conversation, to be able to raise the issues. So they would obviously be having, storage won't be a challenge for them. But from the retailer perspective, so I'm just a bit of background information. I'm privileged to have branches across different areas. Now, one of my stores is in Ajegunle. Two of our stores actually is in Ajegunle. And the challenge there, even though we would have conversations to say, let's not have this conversation about the open markets and all of that, it impacts on profitability. So you'd find people who would come in with some brand, some parallel pack of insulins. And so the truth of the matter is, sometimes you'd still find out that it's the retailers who are stocking. They may not necessarily be pharmacists, and interestingly, you may still find out Some are actually also stocked, even by pharmacists. So all of those things would also be affecting profitability because people are then, they are comparing you to say, oh, why is this at this price? Why are you stocking at this price? So even though you are wanting to ensure that you stock because you're concerned about the integrity of the product that you have on your shelf, competitor in that regard, which shouldn't even exist because, our regulators will be the one helping us in that end to ensure that these people are not even, stocking those products, would also be putting you on an unfair comparison and disadvantage. So having those drugs at the right time that I needed at the right quality and also at the right time then brings conversations around availability of stock. Just like you said, they don't know the wholesale, they don't know the distributors. Nobody is aware that GSK is having maybe shortage, an issue. And thank God for the likes of 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 who are probably trying to, and the other manufacturers who are trying to then have alternatives to these things. So a customer is coming in, he wants his drug, and then the drug is not available. Taking points for DuoDat, which a lot of people will use for prostrate. Of course, unfortunately, because of what you'd expect with drug supply, demand and supply, not natural economics principle, you then find out that some retailer is stocking for exorbitant costs. So having the right drug that I need in the right quantity, ensuring that there are no stockouts, having the product when I need it to be able to make that supply. The retailer is there, the customer is there for his regular refill that he needs for his optimal wellness. Ensuring that I have the drug when I need it at the right quality, at the right time is something that is very important to me, obviously. Yeah, I think I'll just stop at that.
All right, thank you very much. It's good to hear that perspective, which is at the end of the chain. So let me speak to Pharmacist Igwe, who seems to be at the middle of the chain. In fact, now you hold the chain. So let's hear from the PWDAN perspective. What for you would be an ideal, optimally functional distribution system?
Thank you. For us, from the wholesaler perspective, first thing is that every member of this supply chain is crucial for the other person. The wholesaler is crucial for the importer, is crucial for the manufacturer, is also crucial for the retailer. And nobody's there as a favor, really. Or rather, nobody is doing anybody a favor. What I say is everybody's service is essential to the next person. So what it means is that the importer or the manufacturer cannot reach every retailer in the country by themselves without incurring massive cost expenses. The retailer on his own cannot reach all the manufacturers without stressing themselves unduly. So the wholesaler is, like you said, is in between there to serve as a bridge. And if we all understand this and respect each other's role and usefulness, then it will be a very good world. Some of the challenges we have is that for maybe exigency reasons, people might tend to skip some parts of this value chain for their own purposes at specific times. So what it means is that when it's conducive for you, you can use the wholesaler. When it's not conducive for you, you can jump that chain and go direct. And even sometimes, people are known to skip even the retailer. Sometimes some importers or manufacturers, if they have interface, can engage patients directly and sell to them. So, but that is wrong. Now, the wholesaler on his own has opted to provide an environment for storage. And this is essential for the quality of these medicines at the time the patient gets them. This investment in storage facility, in staff and all that comes at a cost. Many of our challenges in this country, like has been said variously here, start with what I call, actually, I will refer as the drug black market. Really, we call it open drug market, but it's actually a black market because you have to consider a few things about that market that make it black. A black market is something that is trying to function outside government regulation. And what that means is that they don't pay taxes, most of them. They don't adhere to standards most of the time. So the storage is affected. The quality of the products at the end of the day is affected. But the wholesaler is investing money in storage, is investing money in staff training to ensure that at the time these products get to the patient, they are of the best quality as intended. But if we allow a short change of that system, then something goes wrong. If you use the wholesaler, for instance, only when necessary, then that means the wholesaler would probably disappear and probably find another business. And at the end of the day, whoever it is, whether it's the manufacturer or the importer or the retailer, would struggle. And as a consequence, and we need to always remember that at the end of the day, we're all doing this thing for the health benefit of the patient. So if the patient is not able to get their drugs in the right quantity, at the right price, in the right quality as well, then the health status of the community or the country as a whole is in jeopardy. So an ideal value chain is when every member of this chain respects the role and the purpose of every other person, and not pick and choose when you want to utilize maybe the wholesaler or when you don't want to utilize it. Because once you choose that any member of this value chain is expendable at various times, then you damage the chain, and as a consequence, everybody pays a price.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That sheds some good light to the middle of the chain. All right. So, our counsel, over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. Before I tell you what are you talking about, an ideal
let's
supply chain? Or
you know, Dr. Ikeja's his PhD, his book that he read together. So he said no ideal. There's no ideal. So means I'm learning. Maybe after now they give me a master's degree. So let's work with optimally functional, bearing in mind our local realities.
All right, thank you very much for that question. But before I go into that, I just want to define what supply chain means.
Okay.
It's actually a journey of a product. It can be a finished product, it can be a raw material. So it is the interconnected journey that raw materials, components, and goods take before the assembly, and after the assembly for finished products before they get to the customer. It's actually a process by which goods, which are medicines, are moved from a central warehouse to storage depots and health facilities. Now, having said that, for us, in PCN, when you talk about an optimal supply chain, we all know that, there's no doubt about it, that 70% of the drugs of our medication needs are imported. But again, we have generic manufacturers. So on top of the supply chain, it's expected that, or not even an expectation, we have manufacturers and we have importers. Now, after the manufacturers and importers, these are supposed to feed the state drug distribution channels and also feed mega drug distribution channels. Then from there, you move to the head facilities. Either it's coming from the SDDCs or it's coming from the MDDCs. It can go straight to the head facility, or it moves to the wholesaler or a distributor. But recently, PCN has an innovation, a new concept, where you have the coordinated wholesale centers, where they are trying to move those people that are in the open market to where they can actually be regulated and make sure that those drugs that they are selling to the public are actually kept in an environment that is supposed to be kept. The whole essence of this is to make sure that the drugs that gets to the final user, it's safe, It's quality, it's efficacious, it gets there at the right time, in the right identity. And so for us in PCN, if the product or the pharmaceutical product moves through these processes, through those premises that are licensed, that are authorized to distribute, to wholesale, or to retail, then it's actually an optimal supply chain. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Good. So if we've done the first cycle, let me just double check. Secretariat, any questions yet? Any questions yet for the panel? Any questions yet? All right, so please let your questions come. So we'll go another round to you again, sir. Now, the question is going to come, we'll take two sets, but you're going to answer the first one. So it's the challenges. The next set will be what are the solutions. So I don't want us to mix challenge and solution at the same time, but we know that, interestingly, the ACPN national chairman wasn't in when Pharmacist Okafor spoke. But we can see that if you do timestamp, the way they do in IT, the timestamp of Julie's write-up is close to, is that 50 years ago? That book he wrote on chaotic drug distribution system. When Pharmacist Okafor came out 40 years ago by July 20-something, the timestamp was in the chaotic drug distribution system. National chairman said 30 years ago, chaotic drug distribution. Today, chaotic. So, based on our current realities as NAFDAC, and because you sit on a very, you have a very interesting position in NAFDAC, which is post-marketing surveillance. We say, okay, now that the products are in there, let's go out and be sure that what is there is what should be there. What would you say are the current challenges with the existing supply chain as it exists today? We'll come back to ask for the solutions of what you are doing. But right now, what are the problems you see on in your day-to-day engagements? Let's just throw them up. Just maybe we're able to put them in the right context. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. There are problems. We've all agreed with that there are problems. And most of them man-made problems. One, we're supposed to have a structure, but people don't comply with the structure. They are not willing to obey the structure. Most of us went to school to read, to learn the system, to come and operate based on the system that we were taught to come and, that we learned in school. But we came out and we find a different thing happening. And that has made it very difficult. And sometimes, instead of us standing based on what we have learned, we want to join, the bad one that is already there. And what do we mean? For NAFDAC, we actually consider two things. We consider the system in two ways. One is formal and one is informal. The informal is the major problem. That's where we have the major problem. And that is the open drug market that we're talking about. Which they are not professionals. They don't have any idea of what it is. As far as they are concerned, it is just an article of trade. So whichever way they get it, it's not a problem. But as long as they make money on it, that's their own. But we know that what we learn in school is the system that is correct. And that system is what I had enumerated earlier. That is the way it ought to flow, so that the consumer will get the right product with the right quality. Unfortunately, we also have an interplay of the formal and the informal interplaying. And that also has gone ahead to also make the entire system very, very difficult. Because you can't even guarantee the quality. Whether it has followed the right system to guarantee the quality or not. Just as the retailer said, sometimes, of course, you see the package and everything is correct. But because you did not obey the rules, you didn't get from the right source. Because right sourcing is too critical. Very critical. If you miss right sourcing, then you're already in problem. Because there are people also there who are, out there to also change the entire system. And what do? They try to look at, they study the system, they study the markets, and know which one moves faster. And before you know, they have gone to coin the same product. And that product that they coined is of no quality. It does not even have, it shouldn't even be in the system. So, and introduce that into the system to be able to make their own money. So, that creates a big challenge. Sometimes you think, an example. One of our colleagues, got an LPO with the government, and he went to get the products to supply. The importer did not have the stock that he needed. So, he collected what he had gotten from him. Then he started looking for the balance. And of course, that ended him into Onitsha market. And he got that one. Put them together and sent to the government institution. And it's an injectable. At the point of injection, a nurse discovered it. That no, this one, there's a problem here. This is not the product I know. And that sent back feedbacks, and before you know, back to the company. And the company said, no, it couldn't be my product. The company got there, and it was not their product. So you can imagine, you don't know the quality of that product, what could have happened to that patient if he had taken that product. So we have these challenges. So if we don't follow systems, sincerely speaking, it may be very, very difficult for us to guarantee the quality to the patient. Very difficult. And of course, we have porous borders. People just want to use enemies to get whatever they want. Professionalism. We have colleagues too who have even, deteriorated into doing ridiculous things. Not working professionally. That is also a problem. Yes, the regulator does not have it's not that the regulator does not have problem. The regulator as well. Many times we don't have the number of people we need. And two, some people compromise. Compromise. You know that this didn't come the right system. Why did you permit it inside? And you permitted it. So there are myriads of challenges. And of course, we'll come to the solution. So these challenges, and I said they are man-made. And the solution is with us. It's not elsewhere. If we run 2 different systems, 3 different systems, then we are going to have a problem. But do we have a common system for us to work with? Thank you.
All right, let's appreciate that enumeration of the issues, yes. And it's good to hear that perspective from the regulator's point of view. But the one that suits my heart the most is the final word that says the solution lies with all of us here. And as much as possible, like it's been said before, And as we continue to evolve towards it, our regulators are really our partners. And if we have the same end goal, which is to save the customer or the patient, the end patient, then most of all the issues will pale into insignificance. Sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you again, moderator. I think I'm an endangered species here.
How so, sir?
Because I'm the only one being regulated. This is my regulator. Regulator, because if she doesn't pay me cash, I'm in trouble. Regulator, if he doesn't pay me, I'm in trouble. Regulator, I need him to practice. So I must be careful what I say. Otherwise, I'm going to be likely be punished by everybody here. But it's good to be here. I want to emphasize the point made by my brother that in a supply chain, every member of the supply chain is important, is vital. And that is where I think everybody must appreciate what PWDAN is doing. That PWDAN is trying to bring everybody to the table. The manufacturer, the importer, NairoPharm is here, our colleagues in 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐿, everybody's here. Regulators are here, so the PSN is here. In an institutionalized form, as a matter of fact, because Olumide has become an institution in PSN. So PSN is here in an institutionalized format. I would actually want us to fast track and go to solution, because this problem is overdefined. The chairman of PWDAN came here. We're going to be celebrating his 40th anniversary as a pharmacist. And the first meeting he went as a pharmacist, he heard this problem. His Royal Highness came here without hearing what our chairman had said himself is 30-something years old, and in the 30-something years he's been hearing the same problem. My director from NAFDAC, the same. So I would just say that for a manufacturer, what we see as challenge is that the supply chain system in Nigeria is high risk. It's very, very risky. It is not de-risked at all. In strategy, we talk about de-risking. It is the level of de-risking of a process that attracts investment. Our supply chain is not de-risked at all. Why is it not de-risked? It doesn't allow you to predict or plan. So, the system doesn't guarantee you predictable offtake. It doesn't guarantee you predictable offtake. You cannot, but working with members of PWDAN, for instance, over a time, I can do a forecast, which has to do with data. This system doesn't give us data at all. And so for the manufacturer, it's crazy. When I was a brand manager representing some overseas brands, the biggest challenge is always when they visit and they're asking me for data. They say, okay, how are you going to forecast what we'll sell next year? Chuka is in the house. He's laughing because his GSK, he knew he dealt with this. So this system we're running now, you can't get data. And because you can't get data, reliable data, NairoPharm president is here. We're talking about data, aren't we? How we're going to get data. So it's a big challenge for us. This system we're running now cannot guarantee us desired coverage in our footprint, because we cannot say this is the territory for this person. This is who covers this for me. This is who does this for me. It's all in the air, and it's driving almost on free will. It is difficult to guarantee the integrity of the product in this system, both in terms of product integrity, and product identity. Like what the example he gave. If that product was cloned, that is in Onitsha, don't be surprised if that same product finds its way into a system that is carrying the genuine one, and you have no way of distinguishing it. In that case, it's not very possible it has happened to me as a CEO, where somebody who claims to be my distributor is carrying a fake of the same product he's distributing for me. So it's very high risk, very, very high risk. And as a manufacturer and importers as well, how do we get our money back when we need it, as we need it, without risk of going to court before somebody can pay us? A supply chain must guarantee that. You know, in PMG Man, Dr. Fowler knows our PPP. If I ask Chairman what is PPP, he would tell me public-private partnership. In PNG Man, our PPP is protect us, patronize us, pay us. So, when I went to Abuja and I was sitting with the Minister of Health, and we finished, I said, "Okay, we want to run PPP." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "You got to protect this industry. That is our first P." He said, "You got to patronize us, you got to pay us." So we want a supply chain that can give us PPP, you know, that can protect the business we're doing, patronize it, because it's when you patronize it that it can grow. 𝐃𝐚𝐿 is busy making here today, doing fantastic job on behalf of the industry. Look at how 𝐃𝐚𝐿 has grown, and a few of us by the grace of God. If the market wasn't there, which is patronage, you won't talk about industry, you won't talk about pharma industry. So you guys are key. You are key to us. Without you, we're dead. But we need that to be guaranteed. So the system, in a nutshell, for us is still high risk. And our question is, how do we de-risk the supply chain in Nigeria to the extent that both from point of regulation, the risk is low. From point of economics, the risk is low. From point of patient safety, the risk is low. From point of investment prediction, the risk is low. By the time we get to this level, we have a supply chain that everybody will be comfortable with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Ikeja, with stores in Ajegunle, Ikoyi, Victoria Island, I don't know how you do it. The whole mix is covered. What are the challenges for you?
Okay, so first, and I think we've obviously all said that one of the major ways that a retailer would usually source their drugs is either from the wholesaler or maybe from the manufacturer, if they have maybe active, aggressive reps who would obviously come to the retailers, or maybe the distributors, or maybe the manufacturer representatives. One of the major challenges that an average retailer would have is that of inventory. So talking about inventory management, you know, when I was talking before about, is the drug available? So that when the patient would need the medication, is it available to them? Is it the branded? Is it the generic? Because, I mean, one of the example of the salbutamol inhaler, thankfully there is one brand, which I'm sure wasn't probably even doing very well before. But now the gap means that one brand, in fact, they've increased prices like thrice. That's what I've noticed with the wholesalers. So now, because they're the ones that are available. So if the branded is not available, is there a trusted generic? So I also have a multinational background, and the conversations, not just, so, you know, I would just think that, they were just teaching us these things to be able to have these conversations. But from the retailer perspective, I also found that sometimes some of these brands, which I want to believe, well, we see NAFDAC number on it. So that's also one of the, you know, things to talk about, to say, is there a way that I can confirm that if I see a NAFDAC number on a product, how am I sure, how am I certain? Is there like maybe something I can, you know, like technology, I don't know if that is available, where I can tell there's an app. Okay, so we obviously need to know about these things, and I think that's why things like this are important. So maybe
when it comes to solutions, he'll let us know what they're doing. Yeah.
Right. So we may see a NAFDAC number on it. There are loads of things carrying funny NAFDAC number, and people will come to us with boldness as retailers and say, "Oh, he has NAFDAC number stock." I may even find out that some of it actually don't even have the quality that they profess to have, or they're supposed to have, or maybe the first batch would have, then the subsequent batches would not have. Right? So that's one of the challenges that we have. Is the medication available? Is the quality okay? Do I have it in the quantity that I need? Quantity enough to be able to ensure that my stockouts are minimal. So that also would, so maybe I would just be mentioning the problems and then be talking about maybe also solutions as well, because that would also
keep
then
the solutions till the next round.
Okay, to the next round. Okay. Yeah. So in the right quantity that I need, that I can afford to pay per time. I mean, he's talked a lot about paying, patronizing and paying. I also don't want to have too much stock. Yeah. I want my stock holding to be efficient and to be optimal. Yeah. So do I have enough? And then am I assured that before the drug runs out, in the right lead time, would the wholesaler be able to supply me to be able to prevent that stock out? That's a major thing as well. And technology will address a lot of it. So I guess I'll just leave that. So maybe when I talk about the solutions. But another thing to also talk about is regulation. I am of the opinion, I may be wrong, but it's my opinion, and thankfully I have the mic. It's almost seeming like the regulated are over-regulated. I don't know if that's the right use of that word. Because, I mean, there's conversation now, my guy has mentioned, from PCN that, talking about the ideal supply chain, meaning when the licensed holders have the drug. The truth of the matter is, in Ajegunle, like I said before, there are loads of folks there. And you see, the SDG goal is not just to the elite. It's accessible medicines for all. It's for everybody. So, and if you look at the distribution, for instance, that's why you find out that there are lots more retail pharmacies in Lagos. It doesn't mean that our colleagues there are not trying as well, but if the majority of them are having their practice being stifled by charlatans, eventually they will sell car. They will go into other businesses. So regulation, the unlicensed, as far as I'm concerned, even though Ajegunle is Lagos, the unlicensed outweigh the licensed. And if the regulation seems like is also still just for us, can we be looking to ensure, because if the SDG goal is to all, so meaning that we're more concerned about protecting the health of the populace. So if you're talking about 20 or 30 retailers, or maybe I'll say final stage to the consumers, because they're not all licensed, right? And then you have maybe 6 of us or 7 of us who are the licensed, and then we are the ones that are always receiving those visits. That's what it is. So you would still have people who would sell anything. They are traders, in fact. And he particularly said that they just have the mentality of selling. And that's what it is. So those people who are also are selling directly as well. Also, we'll talk about NAFDAC. I don't know, it's just a question that arose in my head. When he talked about the porous borders. I'm just here thinking, but there are people at the border now. So that means that's also something that we need to be doing more things there. He also talked about data. And I agree, and I find out that, so I recently had to do some sort of little survey for some folks. And then I found out that by the time you would reach out to, so I actually reached out to some of the companies who are supposed to be doing things in the data space, Sanisphere, Ikeja, and they kept saying, we don't have data. And I'm thinking, you people that are supposed to have the data. And I know that data is important for foresighting, for forecasting, and all of those things. We have poor data, and that's also something that technology would solve. But if I should leave that to later. And then just talking about, I think that's about it for now, the major problems.
All right, thank you. It's been to you. Okay, so next, over to you, sir.
Thank you. So I think for us in PWDAN, our wholesalers, the major problem we face is recognition of our importance by every member in the value chain, or the importance of what we're trying to do and what we provide. because, like I said earlier, people tend to pick and choose when to skip us, forgetting that we have made effort to provide medicines of good quality at certain points in the chain. But the manufacturer will skip us, the wholesaler will skip us, the retailer sometimes skips us, the patient, the patient is not in this thing. But the fact that we have invested so much funds means that if we are skipped and we have expiration, loss of income, and all that, we're going to fall out of business. And whenever we fall out of business, this space will be filled. And the question is, filled by who? Somebody who is not going to try to do things the right way. And then that means that the drugs either come fake, substandard, like we said, things enter the chain that are not of good quality, and at the end of the day, patients end up with substandard medicines. Profitability is important for everybody. And when you have a situation whereby a wholesaler is here trying to provide enough space for the business, enough power to provide an ambient environment for the drugs, and we are competing with sometimes with folks who are in a shed, who don't pay tax, who don't pay staff, because their staffs are all maybe sometimes apprentices, who just, the only thing they get is a bowl of rice 2 times a day or something like that. We'll find out that you have a situation whereby the manufacturers or the importers are excited to patronize some of these people because they give them volume. And why do they give them volume? Because their overheads are minimal. And so they can end up selling with a 1% markup, 2% markup, or even less. And then they can tell them, say, oh, if you buy 50 million, I'll give you 20% discount. And they can buy that 50 million and sell it. Why? Because everybody wants a cheap price. But you cannot afford that because you're not going to sell with 100 naira markup on an item that is 5,000 naira. So you're perpetually in difficulty. These are the realities of the challenge. And the manufacturers and the importers are happy with those folks. Now, they don't care, I believe, on what the quality of the drug is when the patient gets it. Somebody is in a shed in an open market with a baking temperature of maybe 35 degrees or more, and he keeps drugs, and like we heard sometimes, when vaccines, somebody asks for vaccine, you say, do you want the cold one or
the hot one or the cold one?
Do you understand? And these are realities in our system. I think the biggest challenge is that we are not as a people offended enough by what is thrown at us. We're not angry enough because, whether you like it or not, it may be your relative, your mother or your father who is far away from you, so you cannot control what they receive as medicines, who ends up buying those things. And if you were the one going to buy medicines, will you buy it knowing that it's passed through some of these chains? You won't. You see, there's a specialization that we need to recognize. My father qualified as a pharmacist 1950. And then they had branches of their pharmacy. It was a partnership of about 5 pharmacies. And they had branches in Ibadan, Ife, Iwo, Owo, and all that. Of course, in those days, the medicines were either you made them in your shop or they were imported. So the issues of fake were very limited in the early 50s. Do you understand? But as those things crept in, the partnership collapsed, the branches shrank, that kind of thing. At the time, they were doing retail, wholesale, imports, and all that. He tried to go into manufacturing, and of course, Nigeria happened to him. So he stopped there. Anyway, but the point is that everybody has a purpose in this value chain. And the challenges the wholesaler is going through is on behalf of everybody. if you think he can be skipped, or if people think that there are alternate wholesalers, the regulators know what they put members of PWDAN through in terms of the standards. And we all know that those standards, like my sister said here, regulating over-regulating the regulated. We appreciate what PCN and NAFDAC are doing because they are also helping us develop our systems to be of the highest quality possible. Because for us as well, when they do those things, we realize that it guarantees further that the patients get the best quality of medicine. But if we are operating as an endangered species, of what benefit is it? The other guys who are elsewhere are patronized by everybody who is above us in the value chain, and they are smiling home happily with their profits. So the challenge is, how can we as wholesalers be profitable in the business we do, in the system we are operating, whereby the importers and the wholesalers can sell to people who are not either fully registered or people who are not running a proper setup, when at the end of the day, the quality of medicine they deliver to their patients may be questionable, may be substandard, or compromised for that matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. So, PCN, to close this round.
Yeah, I hope we are looking at the challenges of supply chain.
Yes, please. Challenges for now.
Yes, and we are saying that there's a chaotic drug distribution.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why we have that?
Yeah.
We've been singing about this thing 50 years back, right?
Yeah.
I think there is lack of sincerity or purpose on the side of the professionals. You and me know that when the manufacturer was talking, he was talking about cash. What does he do? He goes to the open market to put his drug. Is he a problem? Yes, it's a problem. The person, the pharmacist in the hospital is a problem. When the reps from manufacturers come and supply, he refuses to pay. What does the guy do? He goes to open market, takes his money cash, and gives them the product. Who is the problem? We are the problem. You are the problem. We are all the problem. So if we begin to look at it this way, that, this chaotic drug distribution, we are actually the problem. The problem is already solved. Now, the next one is poor quality medicine. It's also a problem. And when I talk about poor quality medicines, I talk about falsified, I talk about substandard, I talk about degraded products. And I want to focus my attention on the degraded products. We have degraded products. These are products that ab initio are quality drugs. But because of the compromise in the storage conditions during transit and storage, they become degraded. And so they end up getting to the last user as a falsified drug. Yes, falsified drug, those are guys that intentionally are putting in, either they don't put an active ingredient at all, or they put a substandard ingredient so that they can make their money. The substandard guys are guys that they are actually regulated, they have actually been approved. These products may have been made from those premises that are licensed by NAFDAC to do, but maybe somehow it may be deliberate, it may be advertently. The product becomes, substandard. So these are the issues we have. Again, we have holding of drugs. You see, these guys that sell the drugs, it may not be the professionals, but when they realize, I don't know how they know that with time, the manufacturer is going to stop producing. And again, sometimes these manufacturers will tell these guys that, bros, in the next 2-3 months, we are no longer going to produce. And these guys will hold these drugs. When you are holding drugs for a period of time to say at an exorbitant rate, it is not a window for those people that are falsifying drugs to push in their products at a cheaper rate. So we are all culprits in this. Now, for the storage is also a problem. Let me give you a scenario. I saw a publication from Professor Anyakora about oxytocin. That was 2018. 74.something% of the post-market surveillance of that oxytocin failed potency test. And do you know why? It was because of storage. And the shocking thing about it, I read in some other journals, was that people that were actually given this oxytocin never knew the temperature at which oxytocin is supposed to be stored. So again now, we have a problem of knowledge and skills of people that are handling this. And so for those people in PWDAN, you actually need, I was speaking to New Heights tomorrow, and I said that the training for your staff is actually a welcome development, because you need to train your staff to be able to know how these products should be handled. Again, we have an issue with documentation. When somebody was talking in the morning, he was saying that the problem we have is a problem of recalling. And so when we have an issue, the solution will be to ban it. Now, if we have comprehensive documentation in our places or businesses, recalling is a very simple thing. You track your products. You know where they are at a particular time. So you can be able to recall. And so we have to seriously work towards documentation. In good distribution practice, documentation is key. So we have to look at that. But by and large, me and you know that we are the problem. So after shouting that chaotic drug distribution, tell yourself as a manufacturer that I'm not going to supply drugs to the open market. I will give it to PWDAN. After shouting chaotic drug distribution, because I think those people in the hospital too, after not paying for a long time, these guys will supply them. They won't pay. When they have the money, they will sneak to open market and buy. And go and be selling it in their own hospitals. What do you expect those guys to do? We are the problems. Let's look inward and see how we can collectively correct this problem. Thank you.
If to say we were in church, man of God say, tell yourself, I am the problem. But luckily you are not in church. So, even though I'm not asking myself, which did I do? How am I the problem? Nah. But then, I said we are the problem, so let's take it for now that I'm part of the problem. All right, so before we take the next round of questions, and I want the panelists to, because that's the real crux of the matter, how do we get out of the rut? To give us practical, usable tips from their individual perspectives. One of the privileged members of the audience has decided to exercise his right to speak. And so I'll be inviting the ACPN National Chairman to make some comments around the issues at stake. Use my mic. We have finished all the mic in this hall. All right.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate the discussion, and I'm glad that I've not left the hall before this discussion comes up. I'm particularly intrigued that all of us have somebody to blame. And when I listened to Dr. Ikeja talking about the skewness of the supply chain and how he's finding it difficult to get his money, I said, oh, the rich also cry. And when you listen to the council, the blame is still being shifted to somebody else. So if this were to be a blame-free village, I would blame everybody but myself. So we all have to do something about it. From NAFDAC to PCN, I can't even imagine that NAFDAC and PCN are pushing it to other people. Because it all starts with regulation and political will. In this country, you want to secure the life of the people, and you are being put in charge. That is your practice. Your practice is to ensure that Nigerians have access to quality medicines. So if you are not doing it well, if it's failing, then you have to admit your failures. You have to admit that NAFDAC is not doing well. PCN is not doing well. From PCN, we just add, products should be distributed from premises to premises. Licensed premises to licensed premises. So what is happening? Who is stopping you from regulating it? Who is stopping you from closing down the open dog market? Almost about 10 years ago, the PAMSEC of Ministry of Health came on here that by December 31st, there will be no open drug market in Nigeria. What happened to it? I thought I was doing a good job. I went to Ministry of Health to say, okay, let us look at the drug distribution guideline and how we can. They said they need a review. I said, okay, ACPN will sponsor. I thought I was doing a good job until they told me it's because them about 50 million naira to do a review. Review something that you have not even practiced 1% of it. It's perplexing. And honestly speaking, the moment we look ourselves in the mirror, we know who to blame. I just had it afresh, and I really appreciate Pharmacist 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞. In my own system, I just told them no to any rep. Because we need to begin to drive this conversation in a way that we all even see the commercial value in having a good supply chain system. I just told them, don't buy from any rep. Just patronize wholesalers only. And honestly speaking, it makes a lot of economic sense. If I need three bottles of, what's August's product now? Primpex. Exactly. You understand? If I need 3 bottles of Primpex, I mean, why do you have to come and dump 1 dozen or 1 roll on me? When immediately I finish, I can go to name it pharmacy and procure more. We go there almost on every week basis.
And then he will now pay 𝐓𝐢𝐻.
So sincerely, I agree with Pharmacist 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 to say that if everybody stays on his lane, there may be economic value in the basket. So we need to preach that. For example, the manufacturers are not getting their money because they don't respect supply chain. You want somebody, only one person, who will give you 100 million naira. He ties down your money for 2 months. And then you say, oh boy, you are not doing it well. What court will you take him to now? Because he's also holding your money. So I'm preaching, is it possible for PWDAN members and other wholesalers to say, look, now we have a good supply chain system. Can you supply us a loan? And then we ensure that you get payment. I will offend our guy a bit because he knows that I must talk about it. He has been wishing that I will not talk about it, but I will talk about it. We created a platform with all manufacturers, intentions now, and wholesalers on board. Just IT platform. All wholesalers on board, and then retailers on board. This way, you have the data that you want. You have the feasibility of the supply chain, right from the point of manufacture to the point of dispensing. And we did this, and we said, look, if we all agree, after blaming ourselves, after looking ourselves in the mirror and blaming ourselves, if we all agree to migrate supply chain activities to this kind of platform, of course, the feasibility will be there, and nobody will need to go to the open door market. Why? Because the same thing that is taking place in the market is what the IT platform is offering you. All right? So retailers will interact abundantly with the wholesalers. Wholesalers then with the manufacturers and importers. What has been the problem? PWDAN member said, it's only we that wants to be there. PWDAN member, only you will be there from today because I have a new perspective of what is happening now. So I'm going to tell the IT people, any wholesaler that is not a PWDAN member, remove them. After all, we are not moving forward. Maybe with PWDAN member, we'll begin to move forward. So honestly speaking, honestly speaking, if we decide to work together and maintain our lane, I know the problem of supply chain will be solved in Nigeria. I will soon conclude. I will soon conclude. I also want us to see supply chain issues. Look at the totality of the picture. And remember that where people take their health-seeking behaviors to, it is where the medicines are available. Like in Ajegule, the more number of people that you have that are on license, the more risk that you pose to the public. How is that? They will go there and get unverified health information, apart from the substandard medicines, because PCN allows them to operate. I want to get Coartem. I will just go there and buy. And then whatever dosage they give to me, I will go and take. And then there's more burden on our health system. You are overstretching the health system. People are coming down with kidney damage. So I want us to see that totality. And PCN should own that responsibility to say, look, we are not doing well. When you start with that, then we are moving forward. Because I've just agreed that as a retailer, I have things to take away from this meeting and begin to do well. NAFDAC too should agree that they are not doing well. How do you, is it not killing? Is it not witchcraft? When, I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry, honestly, for going that soon. But it's witchcrafting when a company fails in its own supply chain logistics, and then there is medicine shortage, and people are dying, and NAFDAC is looking. It's witchcraft. Another form of witchcraft is when NAFDAC pretends that all is well. When you talk to them, they will say they are concerned about the quality of the product. How do you get concerned about the quality of the product when the distribution system, you are not concerned about it? So I'm very sorry, but we must all leave this place knowing that something must change. It has just changed in me. I wish it to change in you as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, so another member of the privileged member is exercising his rights. You know, when we started, we thought our chairman of the occasion shook the table. Somebody had moved the leg over the table. All right, but I mean, like I said, even though I said dry your gunpowder, it looks like some gunpowder is still wet today. But the important thing, like I'll always say, is let's live here with a renewed vigor to change the narrative so that we won't come back here next year and retweak the topic again and say institutionalizing supply chain. We are discussing the same thing all over again. So, Chairman PWDAN, over to you, sir.
Thank you. I'm happy that a discourse like this is coming up. I have ever practiced this profession within the ambit of my ability. And I said, within the window God has given me to do this, I will make a mark. And that mark is about assembling people that are doing what I'm doing in a place like this to forge ahead, see how we can change the narrative. I will be very brief, but I will touch the three key people, three key players. First of all, I'm happy that the PCN has accepted that DAY2 are culprits to this issue. He didn't mix words. One, this association would have been formed many years ago. I spoke at a summit and I was told, go and form wholesale association. That in Lagos, we have well over 500 wholesalers. I came out and said, how? I went around Lagos to look at the facilities. And currently you have about 5,900 wholesalers across the country. I personally went and bought a compilation of pharmacies, premises, and registered pharmacies in Nigeria. I went through it at the formation of this association to see who are doing it right. And we said, let us start with people and professionals, because across the globe, pharmacists alone cannot play in this space. But we want to get it right so that we don't fall back to where we are condemning. So we now discovered at one point we were called to order that we are PSN, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, called us that we are doing retail instead of the wholesale we are being licensed to. And we discovered that these people were people who, as non-pharmacists, that were practicing retail. And PCN went round and said, and close those outlets. And the sub-playing ground was convert to wholesales. And they appended their signature. And wholesale licenses were given to them without upgrading their facilities. In the evenings, they will continue to do their retail because they have gotten the paper. So, and I said, populating this association, we could not. That's why we are seeing the number. Because we have gone around and discovered that they are not doing the right thing. In terms of space, in terms of arrangement, the shelving and so on and so forth. The number of staff does not qualify them, though they have the wholesale license from PCN. We cannot admit them, otherwise it's back to square one. Two, so you have to tell us where the quality of registration comes in this. For NAFDAC, the only thing I will say, I keep on using the analogy. You line up 10 people and tell them, raise your hands. Only 2 or 3 out of that raised one hand. You carried cane to cane those 3 people. And they're asking you, why are you caning me when other 7 didn't even raise one hand? We've been trying to meet up. Lady Sage, Bob Marley said, 10,000 years of history cannot be wiped away so easily. Is there in Redemption Song? And we are saying we are trying to partner with you, collaborate with you. The tax masters, we want to bring people into their net. And what do? Is those people in the net that they are after chasing for revenue. Those outside the net are left. Sir, I'm happy this is coming. Thank you so much, because at the inception of that P2P project, we want to get it right. And we accepted to come on board. And what we are told is that we are now being modeled to be on that platform with people who have not built capacity. People, the PCN has registered, though they are practicing retail, but they have wholesale license. They don't, look, you know the cost of this water inside this hotel and the cost of this same water at the bus stop. They are not the same. I cannot build capacity. And you ask me to be this. So the price war will be on the platform. Of course, because it's a platform built on integrity, people will aggregate towards their lesser price than coming to me, and so on. So that's why we say, no, we cannot join unless we do the needful. I want to rest my case there.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Okay.
Well, perhaps I'd just like to re-echo something. Some of the challenges the chief host enumerated on were meant to have been dealt with. I mean, with regards to who is actually a wholesaler. Some years ago, when I was president of PSN, and in that capacity, you are usually, the norm is you'll also be the chairman of the Law and Ethics Committee of Council. That's PCN. We had actually recommended, we had raised the bar because we saw this problem. In Lagos State, where I practice, we discovered, just like Annie said, all those people who were affected by the decisions of council to stop practicing retail and had that window of opportunity to convert to wholesaling, of course, were just glorified retailers. And so at that, and I remember this was also adopted at plenary at council, we had suggested that the only way to stop them was to raise the bar of who actually would be a wholesaler in Nigeria. We came up with some stringent suggestions. This was about 10 years ago, and what we suggested at that time was you must have a minimum of, I think, about 100 square meters. But more fundamentally, we had also insisted that such people must have, apart from all the IT gadgetry, delivery vehicles, bikes and such, so that you can take products from your office to the various retail points and accredited health facilities. I mean, such things will clearly distinguish who still retails or maintains a retail structure and who is a wholesaler. So I'm saying this for the benefit of Pharmacist Solomon. It's something you might still want to re-echo at one of your management meetings, and I think we will also try to push that. I suggest very strongly that in coming up with a communique, you need to help PCN by redefining who really is a wholesaler in today's Nigeria. Otherwise, we continue to work that part of mediocres by calling all sorts of drug hawkers and peddlers. We just continue to label them as wholesalers. They are truly not. So I think it's important to document that, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so in closing up the panel session, it's been time very well spent. I'm going to wrap up now, and in wrapping up, we'll take these questions. I pray for grace for the people affected. We'll wrap up this session. We'll wrap up with these questions directed at, of course, PCN and NAFDAC. And then each speaker will then speak to the solutions and then the closing statements. So for PCN and NAFDAC, you address the questions that are asked, the solutions to the issue on ground you will prefer, and then you will give us your closing statements. And you can be rest assured that, especially for the regulators, the people who are here on ground are senior level officers who will do justice to the issues raised. I'm aware, for instance, that even though the registrar could not be here, he is actually watching right now. So in corroboration with whatever he gets from Pharmacist Solomon, we will definitely see marked improvement as we together join hands to move this profession forward. All right, so for NAFDAC, so this one says, why do PCN and NAFDAC, I think this is already dealt with, the overregulation. That's the overregulation question. So probably in the solution, we may come up with a response to the overregulation problem. Premises of registered pharmacists practicing are often same overregulation. And the question here is that we keep, summary of this question is, even though we are not averse to the regulation, we are all supposed to improve. But then, like 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 said, while we are trying to do the right thing, the other guys are left running free, and you are nearly asking yourself, why? Let me go and do the bad thing. If they catch me, they catch me. But that's the tone of this message. To spread the love around to everybody, so that at least they will be feeling the same heat. Question to PWDAN, and if I believe Pharmaceutical can answer this. You talked about profitability and sustainability in the value chain. The question is, how have you made yourselves attractive in the value chain, as this can only be a precursor to being profitable? For PCN, do you mandate manufacturers and importers to keep and furnish the council with details of the recipients of their goods? I believe if this is adhered to, it will go a long way to checkmate some of the challenges being encountered. And for NAFDAC, okay, as heard by ACPN chairman on non-availability of the Ventolin he first mentioned, what can be done? He also said that while he was at this conference, some of your people visited the premises and picked up a product that he had on shelf because the registered one is totally out of stock. How do we assist the community to solve to solve this kind of problem, I believe. All right, so so you take the questions first, the solutions, and then your closing statements from NAFDAC, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let me start from where you, this last one. You were talking about non-availability of Ventolin?
Salbutamol Nebules, Ventolin Nebules.
Okay.
It's not registered, so that was the ACPN chairman's example that in those kind of scenarios, what are these are life-saving medicines that patients need. They're not registered, and whoever tries to bring them, I mean, the issues are real. That what's NAFDAC? Yep. Okay. Use your mic.
So I don't know if there's any other retailer here or maybe any wholesaler. No wholesaler has salbutamol Nebules. Okay. Salbutamol Nebules has not been available for a while. Okay. So it's what it is. Yeah. Yes? Yes.
Okay, so the answer is this. The product doesn't have NAFDAC number. The wholesalers don't have a permit to bring it in, and they're afraid if they bring it in, there's trouble. So,
and just so that we can really just look at what the challenge. I mean, salbutamol Nebules is an emergency.
Yeah. All right, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. There's no problem without a solution.
Right, sir.
So if you sincerely articulate your position, about the reality of this scarcity, of course you can approach the agency. An agency can give you, that opportunity. Of course, if you know that you have a source that is quality, approach the agency. And the agency, of course, there are laid down procedures as for what to do. We can do an emergency. Of course, it's just like it can be treated just the way we treated COVID-19 vaccines. It will be given an accelerated attention. And of course, it will come in. But it has to be someone who knows, or a group of people who can actually, guarantee us what you are bringing. And of course, it will be taken care of.
All right, okay.
Yes.
So you can continue the other questions, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, sir. Yeah.
Sorry, I want to bring us to update on this.
Okay.
Issue of Ventolin Nebules having a recurring decimal. We have been having an agent bringing nebulizers in this country over the years, and they have sold volumes. But Ventolin Nebules has never been sold in this country, registered or imported by GSK. And we came to NAFDAC on this issue to give us permit to bring in Ventolin Nebules. They said they cannot give us unless we get authorization from GSK. We went to GSK. GSK says it's not profitable for them. That's why they have not brought it. Give us authorization to do that. We get in touch with them, our principal. That's how it is being. And I keep on asking myself, a lot of people need these products. And the people selling nebulizers have been selling. Where are they getting the nebules? It's an issue. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, you might be, I may not know, but then it could be true that, of course, you have unregistered one also on sale. And I want to assure you that they couldn't be coming through the right channel. And we have said this time without number, you will know that, look, sometimes we sit here in Lagos or in the comfort of our places and we don't know what is absolutely operating there. I was in charge of Kebbi State, And I can tell you, over 20 illegal routes into this country. Over 20 illegal routes. If you get into Niger, if you get into Benin Republic, the warehouses belongs to Nigerians. It's the same Nigerians bring the products, keep the products there, and leave at odd hours and enter into this country. And within a short time before you know, they've disappeared. You can't even trace them. And I want to assure you that anyone we found, of course, we mop them up. They are mopped up. So, but now you have a genuine case. You can't come and just present your case once and then you expect that you will be treated. If it's not treated, go back there until you've gotten what you want. So I will want to say that please, don't just raise that case. Go back again and again until you have gotten the CEO's attention. Because it has to be. We can't, and of course, if you can also get statistics, of course, if that will also help matters. Get statistics and let's see. And I assure you, unless it is not the CEO I know, but if it is the same CEO I know, and of course, and we have a right product, I assure you that product will come. I know that we have had instances where somebody needed a service drug, within 24 hours, that product has come into this country. So it's something, it's doable. It's doable. So, but we have to get our things right. If we don't get it right, of course, the regulation will say no. But when we get our facts right, sincerely speaking, it is doable. Yeah, so having said that, I believe that the chairman will take it up from there.
Yes, I believe so.
Now, looking at the solutions that we are talking about, we've enumerated the challenges. And one key thing that kept ringing is the fact that our inability to work together has been a key problem. Everybody wants to stand his own, you know? And of course, there is nobody that can live as an island in his own, alone. You can't live alone. But we can work together. Are we willing to that? Are we really willing to work together? Unless we are willing. Like I had said earlier, in the many conferences that I've attended, you know, and it talks about drug distribution system. After leaving that conference ground, people will go back to their same thing that they used to do. They won't change. They won't go and do things differently. They won't say they learned anything from the conference. They'll go and continue to do the same thing that they have been doing. And we expect a change. There will be no change. There will be no change. The agency has put in a lot of steps on ground with the purpose of, you know, making a solution available. And some of this include, WHO will tell you that the different stakeholders in the drug industry, there has to be, why do you have all these different elements or individual sectors? Is to ensure checks and balances. And because it is a health product, that there must be checks at every stage to ensure that what you are receiving is the correct thing you are receiving. It is not something else. First, you had gone to the right source to procure that product. And you ensure that you are handing over a correct quality product to the next stakeholder. And the next holder, when you're handling to the next one, you must ensure that it's the same quality product you are handling. You are handing over until it gets into the hands of the consumer. In which case, the retailer also ensures that what I have put on my shelf and I'm giving you is a quality product. So that in all these steps, we can identify substandard. We can identify counterfeit. And it will remove out of the chain. But if we don't do due diligence, the things will just pass. And it will go and harm the consumer. Because we didn't do the due diligence. And that's why NAFDAC will tell you, shine your eye. Shine your eye. What are you getting? What are you collecting? And remember that as pharmacists, it's a very serious matter for you to accept a product that you don't know the quality. That you are not sure of what you have collected. And some of the things that we learn in school is that even if the consignment is of large quantity, there is a minimum random sampling that you are supposed to do, that you are supposed to carry out, check, and ensure that what you are getting is exactly what you requested for or what you are expecting. That must be done. But most times, our colleagues just accept the thing. They just work on trust. Checking is better. Trust is good, but checking is better. If you don't check, you may be misguided. Or the person even giving you even made a mistake. He made a mistake. Not intentional. Not intentional. But then, if you checked, you would have corrected it even before it gets anywhere. Then, documentation. Are we documenting everything we are doing? If we don't document, and if there is problem, to actually, make a recall becomes a very big, Herculean task. That's why, for this to go on, for us to ensure that we smoothen this direction, that's why we're introducing the traceability, the track and trace. In which case, at each of these points, there must be a scanner. NAFDAC has the database already. The products, whatever batch, whatever quantity that you are manufacturing or you are bringing into the country, it has to pass through the database, through serialization. And each product will have a unique number. And it is only unique to that product, to that particular pack. And it's recorded in the database. At every point you scan that product, it's recorded at the database. And we can tell you at any point in time where that product is. At any point in time. And that is being introduced for us to be able to take care of this. We did this as a pilot scale with the vaccine, with the COVID-19 vaccine, and it was wonderfully successful. Within 24 hours, one of the batches that had issues was recalled back. Within 24 hours. Because based on the database, it's clearly told us where those products went to. And just a singular phone call, and everything was recalled back. So it's doable. Now, when you are purchasing, a manufacturer, they will tell a manufacturer that give us your list of suppliers of your raw materials. And you're expected to pre-qualify them, that you are sure what they are giving you are quality raw materials. It's the same thing in good distribution practice. Whatever you are getting, wherever you are sourcing your product, you must be sure of where you are sourcing that product. And of course, you are expected to also have alternative sources. If GSK is one of my main sources for nebulizer, do I have an alternative? In case that one is out of stock, can I get this one? Then, who are you supplying? You are also you're supplying out. Who are you supplying to? Are you sure of who you are giving to? Is that a registered premises? Should that person have drugs? Should he even see drugs? Or are you giving to a hawker all because you think you can get, he's buying. All you just know is that he's buying. And he gives you money and he takes it away. And the next thing is that he's hawking the product everywhere. Who are you supplying? These are very important things that because these are professionalism that we need to inculcate into the system. Without the professionalism, we can't get it right. And we can't get anywhere. We are talking of the good distribution practice and the post-marketing surveillance. It is not a NAFDAC work alone. And NAFDAC, for that reason, has asked all marketing authorization holders to also establish post-market surveillance departments where it's a collaborative work. We are working on it, ensuring that we remove substandard and falsified from the chain. And we share intelligence. This is happening here. This is happening here. And the information is made available. The website is available where we put in alerts on every product that we have is on the website. And please let people visit this website, identify this, and once you identify those products, and if you find them in the chain, then they should be removed. They should be taken out of the chain. They shouldn't be in the chain. And that requires that all hands must be on deck. It is not only one person. NAFDAC also agreed to you that NAFDAC alone cannot do it. It's overwhelming. NAFDAC alone cannot do it. So, we are not telling you that we have all the solutions. No. It is every person doing the right thing at every point. And we sharing intelligence that we can get where the problems are and get them out of the system. And it requires each and every one of us. I remember that NAFDAC some years back also did, we did a GMP roadmap. And, just because of our love for the industry, the local industry, to grow. But with our colleague here, he can tell you, presently we have myriads of problems. Many people, after the registration, they will go and reduce the API and manufacture the product and send it. All packaging, every other thing look the same. And of course, some don't even do stability studies. Some don't even, after registration, some don't even do post-authorization studies. So how do you know where your product is actually having challenges? So that you can go back and then, at the factory level, know how you can mitigate that. And because we did a roadmap, and of course, the information getting back to us, recently, is that many companies, are just giving us substandard. And of course, the agency has taken that one also very boldly, and I assure you, a number of companies also have been shut down because of that. Doing post-marketing surveillance, just last year, about 22 different types of different brands of dexamethasone were sampled, and 20 failed. Out of 22, 20 failed. Some of the companies, as I tell you, have been blacklisted. Some have been blacklisted. Some have been deregistered.
All right, okay.
Now, we're talking of CRIA. We said every product, every imported product must go through the CRIA. People are still dodging. People are still bypassing. And if they get them, please don't kill me. Don't do this, don't do this. So the regulations are put in place for level playing ground so that all importers will follow the same thing. And then we'll be able to have the right products. But if there is somebody is doing it and somebody is not doing it, then we have a problem and a big challenge. So we have said here that all aspects both regulator and the regulated, we have challenges that we need to fix.
All right, sir. Okay.
Training and retraining, very important. Both at your organization level, you need to train people. I remember one of the times I was passing, and I went to New Heights, and I found them training. How many people trained? Now, he can tell you the secret of what that means. How many people trained their workforce? You believe that what they have gotten in pharmacy school, that's enough. Or your village people that you've added as part of your staff who are not qualified, you believe they are trained. They are being trained on the job. They don't know the basis. Sometimes even you are not there, they do a different thing, and then you still don't train them. And you expect the thing to change, there will be no change.
All right, okay.
Collaboration and teamwork is what we need. And NAFDAC has different schemes. We have the orphan drugs, we have the service drugs, and it's expected, even when we treat it up to SCPN, for us to work on it. That thing also went into the cooler. We never finished them. So these are our challenges. So we better face the things that
okay, all right. Okay, so let's begin.
You know,
okay.
so these are things that,
closing statements now, yeah.
Sincerely speaking, we need to call the spade a spade, identify the major problem, have a review together, and map out the strategies, and give each and every one of us work to do, and let's get the work done.
Thank you very much, sir. I like this. I like this. It shows us that we're not going to leave this place and go and sleep. We are leaving this place, rolling up our sleeves, and getting to work. Sir.
I think I should just support the last speaker.
Second the motion.
You know, when we were in PANS, for those of you that were in University of One Nigeria, in PANS debate can be very hot. So when you think you are being forgotten, you just keep wagging your hand. They say, okay, stand up and say, I support the last speaker. I think I can just support the last speaker. And the passion of director from NAFDAC is huge, and I'm sure with PCN. But there is something that keeps bothering me. Those of you that know me at close range know me that I am more of an action-oriented person than a talking person. And that doesn't mean I can't talk. This problem is as old as this profession, this trade. Some years ago, we had very important meeting in pharmacy. And I think I was the youngest pharmacist then, nominated to participate. We produced a document. 4 years down the road, a new president called the same kind of meeting. And this time I was invited. The young has grown a bit. So I was invited because I was already a CEO. So in the day one of the meeting, after listening, I went to my library. I got a library, a very rich one. And I dug up the report. And what we're talking is verbatim of what we had said we would do 4 years ago. And so I went to the president and said, we're wasting our time here. See this document. Let's go and implement it. And then take this money we're spending here and share it among pharmacy schools. It can buy them stethoscope or microscope or whatever they need. The guy said, okay, you're a radical. So that brings me to this problem. There is an interesting book written by Professor 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, for those of you that are interested in reading. It's called How China Escaped the Poverty Trap. Very interesting. And it's a professor, so it's a research work. And that book, Nigeria was mentioned, about 2 or 3 pages. And where Nigeria was mentioned is our Nollywood and our music that has become number 3 in the world. And the argument was, in an environment where there is lack of infrastructure, lack of regulation, everything is wrong, how has these guys built an industry that is number 3 in the world? Big question. Why is Nigerian music and film music globally rated when they don't have the facilities you have in Hollywood or even in Nollywood? And Professor Ang's argument is simple, that sometimes when you have a stubborn question, part of answering it is to ask the question differently. You could start to get an answer. Olumide has left the room. President,
he's there.
When we were debating drug distribution guideline, he wrote a letter and said 30th June is sacrosanct. I was PMG chairman. His Majesty, I'm trying to answer a bit of your question. We're meeting for the first time at close range. I'll probably give you a lunch or you give me a dinner.
And I'll be the third person, sir.
And you'll be the third person. Because you're heading SCP and you're key to us. And I started to engage Olumide. I said, Olumide, let's listen. PMG man is not opposing this document. But I have read it. I got 5 copies of that document. 2 of my cars has one each, my study has one, my bedroom, everywhere I put it. And I found out that document, if it was implemented as is, pharmacists will be the worst for it. Because the nature of NDDG, the nature of the mega drug distribution described and SD left only 2 platforms. It's either the mega distribution center or the state. It didn't create alternatives. And the criteria for setting the mega, no pharmacist could have met it. So, PWDAN that you are celebrating today was put in the reviewed guideline that recognized wholesalers. And that's why you have PWDAN today. And that's why, gentlemen, you have businesses today. When people like us were raising that question, people wrote to Olumide and told him to deregister me as a pharmacist. That I was opposing what every pharmacist in the country was for. Then Olumide used one language and said, if you're driving from here to Ife and you're using one gear without changing it, don't you think that your car will knock engine? Meaning, pharmacists must take a second look at this problem and look at alternative approach to solving it. And that's the argument about China and poverty and prosperity today. It's a conversation for another day for those who are scholars. But I'll give you an example. We're looking at drug markets as something negative, and it is. I'm not defending it. But how do we solve it? It's a phenomenon that is over 100 years old. Do you think you can wake up today and dismantle it without a credible alternative? First of all, there will be a crisis in healthcare. The president of the country will order that those markets be reopened immediately. That's the reality. If you don't have credible alternative. I said I stopped talking in formal forum so many years ago, but I have people who I can't say no to. He's one, and that's why I'm here. So the argument we had was sit down, create credible alternative. Drive this alternative to challenge this unprofessional act. Level it with political will. The 2 regulators that are here to enforce the regulation, but they must be credible alternative. The credible alternative must make room for inclusiveness. Meaning, if you want to come into drug distribution, whether you're a pharmacist or no pharmacist, these are the rules. If you don't meet it, you can't play. If the rule says you must get a pharmacist as CEO, you must meet it. If the rule says pharmacists must own 60% of the business, you must meet it. But pharmacists, get down, design credible alternative that will make your argument sound. But if your argument every year is closed market, nobody is going to close market. Yet. And we're in a political era where the president, the Senate president, will listen to arguments from whoever is making it, not because you're a pharmacist only. I am saying this because I believe I'm among colleagues. And so, what are the pathways to creating credible and viable alternatives? Some 10 years ago, we didn't have PWDAN. Today we have PWDAN, made up of people that are running modern trade, organized. So as a manufacturer, I can no longer claim that I don't have organized trade where I can sell my products to. So the more PWDAN continues to grow and recognize that they are not just pharmaceutical institutions, that they are a business as well. Meaning pharmacists must acquire skills that are relevant to the business they want to do. That you're a pharmacist may not make you successful in supply chain management. And so if you run a supply chain outfit, you may not be successful and you may not run it well. And that is part of creating the credible alternative. Number two, to solve the problem, I have said, look at these problems differently. Let me make a joke. Ernest is my brother. President is my president in Christian Fellowship. He will forgive me. I look at the mission statement of PWDAN, and they say to bring sanity, which means anything outside PWDAN is insanity. So, for instance, if we define the open drug market as insanity, we can be right, but it will determine how we look at them. If we define them as unprofessional, we could be right. That will determine how we look at them. And I ask you, given a madman to tame and a poorly dressed man to tame, whom will you choose to work with? You will take a poorly dressed man, at least he can understand you. But to tame a madman is a completely different thing. So if we begin to look at those institutions differently, we could begin to think about them differently. We could begin to think of how to work with them differently, which is where the coordinated wholesale center is coming up.
Our objectives.
My advice in looking at things differently is that PCN and NAFDAC have created a window. Coordinated wholesale centers. Pharmacists must take advantage of it now. That is being formed, that is being played. If you read that document, there is a space for superintendent pharmacists in that place. There is a space for NAFDAC in that place. There's a space for where I know so much of it because something that almost got me deregistered. I should know about it. You know, because I was so... Pharmacists, this is the opportunity we have now. There is a space in Coordinated Wholesale Center for data. Digital coordination is there because we wrote that document. With all due humility to anybody. But if in 10, 20 years' time we ignore it, that same institution is going to be run by people who are not pharmacists. And then we start using the word charlatan, chaotic, all the negative words in this world. It yet does not change them. The other point I want to make is, and I want to thank PWDAN for this, the use of organized private sector is key, OPS. PWDAN is now an organized what? Private sector. Because people that are playing in this segment are now organized. You can invite PMG-MAN. You can invite NIROFAM. You can invite APIN for a dialogue. It is easier than dealing with 50-something people who have different agenda. Let me give an example with PMG-MAN and ARC, African Resource Center, Excellence in Supply Chain Management. We are 120 of us that manufacture in this country. ARC didn't start going one by one. They would have failed. They came to PNG-MAN. PNG-MAN had all the discussion and got an MOU that is the same, binding on any state and members. That is the power of OPS. I had recommended to him, say, after this meeting, I'm action-oriented. Don't call another conference. Don't call another AGM. Call a deal meeting, a roundtable day meeting. CEOs of PWDAN, CEOs of suppliers, NIROFAM, APIN, PNG-MAN, let's sit down in a room and say, what's wrong with our supply chain? Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐿, why are you guys selling to open market? And I will reply you, because when we sell to some of your members, it ends up in the same open market, in bulk. And we have the data. We are the owners of the product. We have the batch numbers. We give you 100 cartons of product, and we come in a week. The same day we give it to you, we go to Dumont and we see the same 100 stacked in somebody's shop. Fact, Your Majesty, the rich also cry. This is the reality. This is the reality. This is the reality. Yeah. So this is reality. So it is in such deal meeting that we will iron these things out and set up boundaries. Ernest knows, as a 40-year-old pharmacist, that the history of drug distribution in this country wasn't this much. When it was West African Drug, King's Chemist, and all that, and later FACO, and all that. Distributors have their role. Before you are appointed distributor, you have to show the number of vans you have, your warehouse, and all that. And when companies sell to you, companies don't expect to distribute again. It is in the later years that companies started hiring people called sales rep. What companies used to have is medical rep that went to hospital, because they had distributors that handled the physical movement of the goods. But when the so-called distributors started failing, companies have to take their fate in their hands. And that's what gave rise to the origin of sales reps. Pharma CEOs here, raise your hand and counteract me if I'm wrong, whether you are an importer or a manufacturer. So we have to have those conversations on organized platform basis. The ACPN example is the same. If you are in the room, all of us, we then agree on a framework. The hospital man is in the room. We all agree on the framework. Where do you want companies to stop? When we go to hospital, can we sell? Or should we just detail and go? But if we do that, how do you de-risk the value chain? To make sure that my plant doesn't lie idle, or my warehouse doesn't have products expired. These are the realities. I'm not going to stay here and tell you what happens to drug value chain. If I say it, people will hate me. I will lose my friends. Because some of our colleagues have dropped the ball badly. We have dropped the ball badly. There are companies in this country that died because they were owed. And they were owed by people they sold products to. And they are manufacturers, and some of them are importers. So when I say our PPP is this, we know what we're talking about. So, practical solution, let's have those conversations, number one. Practical solution two, engage with existing structure. Don't stay back and call those things charlatans. Don't stay back and call it chaotic. Don't stay back and give it name. Get into the play. They are the structure. Go in there and take it over. Go now is when to take it over. Not when people have dominated, established, put their billions in it, then you call them charlatans. Call them whatever you like. You're going to find it difficult to dislodge them. When it comes to lobby, you can't stand them. Two quick points for me. Political will. That is NAFDAC, that is PCN, that is all of us pharmacists. We must all have the political will to do what is right and respect everybody. Like my brother Igwe said, respect everybody. Segment the value chain and enforce the rules of engagement. If PCN comes and says, if you are in retail, you can't do wholesale, enforce it. If you are in manufacturing, you can't go and set up a retail shop because you are undermining people you are supplying, enforce it. So, unbundle the value chain, define rules, enforce it. That's what happens in London. That's what happens in England. That's what happens in America, everywhere. You can't be manufacturing and retailing at the same time. It doesn't work that way. If you want to retail, you go and set up another business that is into retail chain and play based on the terms of retail. Finally, for me, is cost structure. We are a third world economy. I don't know again how many of you that have read the books by 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, The Gold at the Bottom of Pyramid. It's an Indian scholar, and that's the book that transformed distribution in India. If you read The Gold at the Bottom of the Pyramid, you will understand the argument that cost is key. In a population that 60% of the population are living under $1 a day, poverty. So, members of PWDAN, importers, whatever, we must be cost conscious. If I'm selling to you as a manufacturer and your outbound cost is detrimental to my aspiration, I'm going to have issue. And this is what OPS engagement will be solving if we ever get to talk together. I can speak until the chicken come home, but the important thing is let's put action to our talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We are getting some deep revelations coming out of this, and yeah, time is fast spent, but we are getting somewhere. Well, your PPP, I've got another UDE. Unbundle, define, enforce. So if they are doing PPP, sir? OPS and OPS. And then engagement, thank you. All right, so Premier, I'm sure you won't be as... so let's make it short and sharp.
Not. I mean, I'm at the retail end. So, well, maybe I would say continue from his conversation. Obviously, the whole point of the whole engage and whatever the steps would be is to ensure sanity or some eventual closure of these markets. Because, I mean, one of the things basically is if you would choose, so when I was getting married, for instance, I was told that you can't get it completely right, but the major things that are your major issues, if they are sorted out, you're likely to have longevity in this business. And for me, especially from the retail point of view, sanity or closure of some sort, either through the CWC, the eventual would actually help to provide sanity. And from the retailer perspective, will be one of the major way forwards. Something else I also want to say is to have PWDAN. PWDAN needs to be empowered. For somebody like me, and I think an average retailer, our goal actually is to ensure profitability. And the truth of the matter is, for an average retailer, I personally, I'm not interested in bringing out anything or to import anything. So if the wholesalers would have the things that I need, I mean, just like our chairman said, it's what it is. If anything, buying from them makes it easier, because by the time that you would have pallies and you'd have relationship over time, they would even give you a bit of, credits and all of that. So it makes life easier. So they need to be empowered. And one of the things, for instance, is when you look at such products as maybe service products or all of these other things that may seem to be issues, if they would be empowered to bring in these things, and then if I as a retailer, for instance, so I'm just talking about it in bits, especially also looking at regulation. If I as a retailer then simply goes to buy, if there's any conversation about where did you buy from or the integrity, which one concern me with the integrity, sorry to say. If I am sure that I have bought from an accredited wholesaler, the bulk is passed to him. There is no way that in my premise I'm going to be able to do QC or I'm not going to buy a chromatography and be doing all of those things. So if they are empowered, and that's why the conversation still has to be said about open markets. You made a reference to dexamethasone. And I was just whispering to him that is he aware of what people use dexamethasone for in the retail space, the consumer. An average lady is using that thing to gain weight. They're using it to grow bum and grow things. That's the reality. And so if you're looking at, I make bold to say that if you look at those, the importers of those brands, they're probably people in the open market who were probably wanting to make more profits. So they've gone into, and then it won't pass. So if that is sanitized somehow, whatever the English, I don't know the process. I just know what I want as a retailer at the back end. If that is done as it is, and if anything happens, and then I say, okay, well, thankfully, here are my receipts. Here are the people that I bought from. Thank God for them. You can trust them. You can trust the Nemit, you can trust the Newite, you can trust Farmford, you can trust all of them. The people that you trust, right? If we buy from them, and if they are also empowered, also, so if everything actually, for me, starts and ends with regulation, especially a major part of it. If that is sorted out, for people like us at the retail end, there's a bit of respite. I also like to talk majorly about technology for also, which we cannot rule out. A lot of these things we have talked about is what technology would actually help us to do. There needs to, in terms of inventory management, which is one of the major challenges from the retail perspective. Ultimately, we need to have, there's going to be need to develop technology. I know I missed it yesterday, and I think that technology was spoken about. I was just flipping this, and I saw that. Eventually and ultimately, from the retailer perspective, we're going to need to have softwares that actually links us directly to our wholesalers. And our, what? We're not aware, sir. Is there any retailer here? Just checking. Eh? Okay.
We have it in such a way that if it's properly integrated, when your Pimpex is getting finished, your wholesaler knows, and he can decide to send you a pro forma invoice that if you accept, he just supplies you. You don't need to do anything, no human intervention. That's where we are right now.
Excellent. So, I'm just, yes. Absolutely. Because financing was one of the things I actually wrote here. Financing. Okay, so I guess it's just to say, can we revisit these communiques? And can we do something? Can we move away from talk to action? Okay, yes, sir. In fact,
I'd like to plead so that we have some order. Can we just allow the panelists to finish all the submissions so that we have a seamless flow? When they are done, if there are things we need to deal with from the audience on this side of the hall, I'm sure the moderator will allow those things to come. We'll allow you to put those things on the table. But we cannot definitely afford a situation where we interject indiscriminately too.
Okay, so your closing statement.
Okay, so I guess just to, so if these things are existent and we didn't know about it, there's a problem somewhere. So whatever needs to be done, from taking them from their ideation to actualization and to full implementation, is something that we need to look at. Because financing was also one of the things that I wrote down here from the retailer perspective. I also mentioned, also wrote logistics. And the way that I see it, and every problem, naturally, is an opportunity in disguise. So we may begin to have colleagues who want to look at these things and to see how they work. Also about regulation, I just wrote here briefly. So looking at from the PCN, I mentioned empowering PWDAN, which is very important. Just to, when the representative from the wholesalers was talking, he mentioned that it's an aberration. Interestingly, I wasn't aware there's an aberration, but it actually exists. There are some importers who actually have sites, who have actually opened up themselves, where they seek to sell, especially those in supplements and some of those other spaces, where they then sell directly to the consumers. So if that is an issue, that's one of the areas that the regulators also need to be looking at. And then when we also talk about, at the expense of saying it again, the regulating the over-regulating the regulated, the number of the patent medicines are a lot. If there's need for proper regulation to also be able to look at them directly, the patent medicine stores, and just to ultimately say that if these things have been done, we need to move from just talk and all of that. There needs to be action, which is what's important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Pharmacist Uka, closing statements.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For me, it's important we realize what we're gunning for. That substandard medicines are a danger to society. People die every day. People die of both organ failure or toxicities or lack of antibiotic availability in their system when they think they have taken it. So people die, and that contributes to the level or the life expectancy in this country. Why I'm saying this is that what is happening is not so much a competition for profit. It's not so much we want to they are making the money, we want to make the money. We want to live in a society where people's lives are more secure, not just from insecurity, but from their medicine availability, and it is safe, affordable, and efficacious medicines. If the medicines, the issues with the open drug market, it could be 1,000 years old. But from the way it exists, it has to go. It has to go sometime. And I don't know how, I keep saying that we are not offended enough, because sometimes we make excuses why they are there, how they are there, and how you cannot remove them. But if we are really serious, we have to find a way to get rid of them. And some of the solutions we proffer are leading us back to where we're coming from. I'm sorry to say that. Because as much as the coordinated wholesale centers can offer some respite, part of the reasons why they have been difficult to regulate is the aggregation of numbers. So that if PCN or NAFDAC wants to go there, they're afraid. Because they think their lives will be in danger. And if you still gather them in large numbers in a place, sometime along the line, you may run into that problem. So for me, what is the biggest solution is to garner the political will to do something about a problem that's probably lasted a lifetime. If we don't do it, our people continue to die, including ourselves. There are not many countries that intend to develop in this world who can accommodate this kind of chaos. So if we understand that it's not a competition for profitability or a competition for livelihood, but a fight for the soul of our people, their existence, their survival, then maybe we would have acknowledged where the problem is. So for me, there's so many things. Regulation, the regulators, the national director has mentioned tracking and tracing. It's a very useful tool because you need to know where the drugs that are coming into the system are going to. When he talked about if you buy to be able to assess the quality, I don't know how that happens because as a wholesaler, you receive 1,000 or so items in inventory. Which would you assess? The most important thing is your source. I believe the source of your medication gives you some kind of insurance of the possible quality. Of course, there are certain things that the source can also not guarantee you. But if the regulation is done properly and people are storing goods in the right quantity and the samples that are taken at the import point or the manufacturing point are analyzed and their results come, then we'll have some kind of assurance or guarantee of the quality of medicines we receive. But I think it's a bit difficult for a wholesaler or perhaps a retailer to do any kind of analysis on so many of the medications that come. You can report your doubts, your concerns about maybe the state of the medication when you receive it, or the possibility that there may be infiltration into the into the distribution chain at any point in time. But what is most important is if the political will is there to address the problems, and if the regulators do the work that they have chosen to do, then we'll be safer. But the most important thing is we'll understand that we're fighting for the health, safety, and life and survival of our people. If we don't do this thing, and I'm sure millions of Nigerians have died and will continue to die. Our low life expectancy is not only from poverty, is not only from insecurity, it's also from healthcare. And in healthcare, aside from all the problems that are there, medicine security is a critical part. So when we say these things of open drug market, it's not hatred, it's not dislike, it's not a competition for income, it's a competition for survival. And it's important to realize that. And the political will is critical. You see, sometimes we are afraid that, the government, the state government will not support us and all that and all that. They have done more drastic things. Somebody, a state government wants to build a 4-carriageway. He demolishes houses from all sides, pays them compensation. The people he's paying compensation are not happy, but he pays them. But he does it because he has the political will to do that. And when you come onto that road next time, it's 4-lane, it's 6-lane, movement is better. The most important thing, I think, is to prove to the powers that be that what we're asking for is important for everyone. Because the politicians believe that we are seeking our own self-interest. And that's why those people can either bring money and compensate them or come as a group and say they want to take away our livelihood. That's not the objective. So we need to sell what we're trying to do more pragmatically. And maybe they will listen. Because if they will understand that perhaps your mother died from it, perhaps your cousin may die from it, perhaps something will happen to somebody close to you, and if you're supporting this, then maybe whatever comes to you should be willing to accept. So my point is, advocacy is part of it. encouraging the politicians to know the benefits of what they are asking. It might not be easy, but it's important. It might not be easy, but it's important. We need to aggregate things that are happening or can happen to people who have taken substandard, fake, adulterated drugs. Everybody knows it. We talk about it every day, substandard drugs, and it's like a cliche. But we as a community, both PSN, both SCPN, both NAFDAC, and all the entities involved need to push it in such a way that the society takes notice. As it is now, society hasn't taken notice. They believe that we are fighting for our pockets. Any day they stop believing we're fighting for our pockets, maybe they will get the message we're trying to pass. So for me, barcoding, tracking and tracing are all important. There are a few other things. The manufacturers, the importers, there are some things they do that mitigate our work. You know, and somebody else yesterday talked about statistics. If you go by statistics, everybody should know what volumes of an item can be consumed in this environment. But some companies sometimes either manufacture more than what the consumption is, or import more than it, and go around looking for who can take 20% discount and bring 100 million. And that's a threat to us as wholesalers, because most times, except you are inside the market where you just distribute it in 2 days, you run into trouble with that. But if they have done their homework well, if what you can sell in 3 months or 6 months is 100,000 units, why make 200,000 units? Because at the end of the day, you're endangering your business, and it will force you to go and engage some people anywhere. Anybody who can give you the cash becomes your customer. And you'll put yourself under undue pressure of engaging any person. At the end of the day, your business is at risk. Everybody's life is at risk. Everybody's business is at risk. So I think people must estimate their market potential and try to work within that range. That doesn't mean you cannot grow. You can grow, but try and make sure you grow reasonably. And what we have most times is that the company comes to you, tells you, if you buy 100,000 units, we'll give you 30% discount. If you buy 50,000 units, we'll give you 15% discount. If you buy 10, just like that. But at the end of the day, as a wholesaler, how does that affect your business? It's detrimental to your business, because you either have to buy so much or buy at the price somebody else is selling. That doesn't save you, and that puts you into trouble, because that means you can't sell. You know, so I think on a general note, we must be pragmatic with our projections, with our expectations, and statistics will help. Okay. Sell according to your need. And if we can get the political will in this country as a people, we may get it right. If we don't, we'll be here in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, talking about this same thing as if it was an impossibility. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Okay, so the mic, sir. The final contribution from PCN, and then closing statements, and then it's a wrap. It's been a long day.
Yeah, I'm going to be snappy about it. Good evening, everybody. I just want to try to correct an impression here. You know, in the second round, we were asked to enumerate the problems with the supply chain. And from my mind, candidly, what I said, it was not a box shifting, but what I say were the problems I have identified with the supply chain. Yes, as a regulator, we may not be doing what we are supposed to have been done. We may not have been optimal. But again, we understand with you, because what you are looking at is the results. We may have put so much into what we are doing, but as far as you see people selling drugs without license, for you, PCN is not working. PCN is not doing anything. But again, I want us to understand one thing. That's what is called legal framework. if we don't have, you will agree with me that in the recent past, people have been taking PCN to court, this and that and that and that. So we need to have that legal framework. And I thank God for the act that has just been passed into law. It has given us the backing to do whatever thing we should do. Like the chairman of the occasion was saying, if you look at the section 22, the section 22 of that law is telling you that even if you are selling one card of paracetamol, you are supposed to be regulated. You are under the regulation of the PCN. If you go to the section 29 or 27 or 29 or so, it is telling you that even if it is one card you are selling, you are supposed to have a superintendent pharmacist. And so the legal backing will give the PCN the authority and the mandate to execute their regulatory mandate peacefully. So I think that is why PCN was pushing for that act to be passed into law. So it's one of the things to make sure that we are able to carry out our mandate. That is number one. Number two, the chairman of the occasion was saying that they suggested that the size of the wholesalers and the distributors be raised to 100. It was actually 50 meters square, but I think last 2 years it has been raised to 70 meters square. It's not up to that 100, but we have 70 meters square. So to some extent that has been done. Again, there's one thing I know. In some climes, even in developed climes, you see regulation coming up as a result of the mistake people have made somewhere. There were regulations after the thalidomide problem. So sometimes when you see regulations coming up, regulations are coming up because the regulators have realized that there is a problem somewhere. And that problem has been pointed out to them, probably by the regulated, probably by the stakeholders. So it is not out of place for us to have this kind of forum and begin to look at our processes and procedures and point out where there is need to overhaul them. It's right. And that is the essence of regulation. And so definitely regulations will come up as regards that. Like the online pharmacy, now we have online marketing. There are a lot of people doing online pharmacy. And PCN came up with a regulation that, okay, if you want to go into online pharmacy, you must register, you must be regulated. There are some people that are still doing it without regulation, but the moment we see anything on that, and sometimes you see the SCPN people reporting to PCN. There was one that was reported. I've forgotten the name of that organization. Immediately they were written a letter from the PCN that they have to desist from there, they have to register, and they stop. So these are the things that PCN is doing. And of course, we can't do them alone. I tell people that when you talk about regulation, regulation is not just for the people that are regulating. Regulation is inclusive. We are all stakeholders. We are supposed to get involved in it. Of course, if you say anything anywhere that PCN has not, PCN is not everywhere, of course, and you report it to PCN, we act on it. And so we have to have that at the back of our mind, that when it comes to regulation, we are all stakeholders and we got to be part of it. Somebody was asking whether we have, we ask the manufacturers and the importers to keep PCN furnished with their own activities as regards the people they are distributing to. Of course, when we go for inspection of manufacturers, we ask you for the guidelines or the certifications of your suppliers. How do you certify them? Do you have guidelines? Again, we ask for the list of those suppliers. We ask for accreditation guidelines of your distributors. Do you have them? We need to see the list of your distributors. And of course, licensure has to be part of the guidelines for you to accredit your distributors. So all those things are there. But by the time you go there, you look at the documentation and you leave. It's a different ballgame. Will the person implement this? He was talking about, everybody respecting the law, respecting himself, and doing what he's supposed to have done. Do they do those things? Yes, PCN comes, he checks. You agree you have them. We cite them. And when we leave, do you do that? So we need to know when we are supposed to come in, what we are supposed to do, and do it as at the time we are supposed to do. Then the list of retailers or people you wholesale to, even for the wholesalers, when we go, we ask them, where is your list? And that is why PCM published the list of licensed premises at the end of every year, so that you will know who you are supposed to sell to. Like I was saying, the essence of saying we are all the problem to this problem is because when we refuse to sell to the open market, in a way, we will begin to, in our own little way, to bring solutions to the table on how this problem of chaotic distribution can be solved. Because if we refuse to sell to them, they will look for ways of getting them. And of course, where do they go to? They will go to the accredited distributors, the MDDS, the PWDAN. They will go to places they know when they go there, they're supposed to get it. So I still repeat that we are part of the problem. So we have to look inwards and see how we can disengage from this and, get it right. Now, having said that, I would like to once again appreciate PWDAN for an amazing opportunity for cross-fertilization of ideas, for innovative ideas, for thinking out loud, and for collaborations. And I hope that at the end of it all, and I'm sure that this deliberation is going to bear fruit. I'm sure about that. And so whenever we have a gathering like this, we have a gathering to cross-fertilize ideas. And somebody told me, I was in a forum, and the people say, when it comes to cross-fertilization of ideas, when it comes to brainstorming, whatever thing anybody puts on the table, don't say it doesn't make any sense. Take it. After that, when you begin to look at it constructively, you see sense in it. Like we're talking about the open market, and he has given us reasons why some of them go to the open market. It's not enough. It's not right. Because if we go to open market, the environmental conditions as regards those products, are they achieved? No, they are not achieved. How do we get out of it? We have SDDCs, we have MDDCs, we have coordinated wholesale centers. And he made a valid point. It is time for us, pharmacists, to key in for the coordinated wholesale centers so that history will not leave us behind. Once again, I say thank you to PWDAN for organizing
this. Thank you very much. It's been a beautiful day, a long day nonetheless, but we've made progress, constructive progress. However, the problem will stay with us if we go to sleep after this program. I remember vividly many years ago, New Heights was there, Nemit was there, Nairufam was there, PMG. We had several meetings, came up with that 14-page paper to the DG, signed by 2 excos ago, Hamakali. The same issues we are discussing are the same issues in those documents, which I had to share with the current chairman to say, look, all the issues we discussed, we've already, so let's not start again. Let's pick up some of those old documents and let's begin to engage with them. Like Ferdinand said, in fact, we'll go through him. After that meeting, let's continue from there. And we'll begin to see demonstrable progress. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a beautiful time. It's been a beautiful time anchoring this panel session. And I'll now be reverting control of this conference to the chairman to round up and give us his closing remarks, after which we'll then have... Sir? Okay, plaques, okay. So which comes first? The wrap-up. Okay, all right. So let's have the wrap-up by the chairman of the of today's conference. Let's appreciate Pharmaceutical Ikeja as he... Chairman, are you is the panel disbanded?
No, let me just stay.
Okay.
Can we go down? Okay, we should be here. Yes.
Distinguished participants, let me just try to make this very fast. I think it's important we have this wrap up. So, the first thing we had was a general question. Question 1. What is an ideal supply chain? One that is optimally functional. So, the NAFDAC representative gave a viewpoint, and it was like you should have a chain that starts from the manufacturers or importers, and then your products will move to the wholesalers, distributors in that bracket before it gets to the retailer who dispenses to consumers. He highlighted, albeit very strongly, that we must inculcate documentation and records, and that would naturally include areas like in marketing, post-marketing surveillance, pharmacovigilance, and quality control. Then we had Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞. Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐿's view was like there is no ideal supply chain anywhere. It does not exist. The fact that it worked yesterday does not mean it will work today. His emphasis was that Sustainable Development Goal number 3, that emphasizes access of drugs that are affordable and efficacious, is one that we should continue to put maximum premium on. He concluded by saying, once a system guarantees access from the manufacturer to the patient, once we can guarantee access from the manufacturer to the patient, then the supply chain can be deemed functional. From the ACPN representative, for her, it is about getting the right drugs, in a place that is approved at the right time, so that at all time you reduce the tendencies towards stockouts in a profitable methodology. That was emphasized very strongly. For pharmacist Igwe, who represented PWDAN, all players are key, and the rules should be ensured to bring out professionalism at all times. For him, wholesalers remain the bridge between manufacturers, importers, and retailers at the other end of the value chain to ensure the supply of good quality drugs in respectful fashion at all times. Well, he concluded by saying that this value chain is sometimes compromised, which is unfortunate. And then from the PCN representative, he put it in a lawful perspective by saying the value chain should be from the manufacturer/importer to mega distributors, that's mega wholesalers, state drug distribution centers, regular wholesalers, and these will include the likes of PWDAN and others, and players in the envisaged coordinated wholesale centers. And that from this point, drugs can move to retail points, patent medicine dealers, accredited health facilities. That's in view of PCN Act 2022. You don't just talk about health facilities now. You talk about health facilities that have accredited or approved licensed pharmacies, and then to the patient. He emphasized that all of these players must be registered by the PCN. So question 2, what are the challenges with today's supply chain? For NAFDAC, most of the problems or challenges are man-made problems. They exist. And he highlighted some of them. 1 is non-compliance with laws and structures. 2, an interplay. Time will not allow me to expatiate on some of these things, so I hope you follow. Interplay of formal and informal procedures. Then, of course, 3, most players need to work professionally because they're not doing that now. And then he also emphasized that there is compromise by some regulators. For 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 of PMG-MAN, the problems are broad and have endured. he surmised that the supply chain in Nigeria is high risk. That's the risk factor is heavy because it is not designed to make you plan. And so forecasts and data are impossible to generate or work with. We must therefore do everything possible to de-risk the supply chain in Nigeria. Pharmacist Ikeja of ACPN listed some of the challenges as poor inventory control and management, oftentimes the poor quality of generic equivalents in the supply chain. 3 is drug availability to avoid the out-of-stock syndrome. And 4, she emphasized very, very strongly over-regulation of registered pharmacy facilities, while on registered premises, clinics, private hospitals, and indeed a whole range of other structures are not even regulated at all. For pharmacist Igwe, the emphasis was the fact that you need to place more premium and relevance on the individual players in the entire value chain of drug distribution. And what he emphasized very strongly in this direction was that oftentimes people skip the wholesalers, who are supposed to be the bridge. The manufacturers sometimes or importers go directly to retailers. And the retailers also do same sometimes. And if that is continued, if that is not controlled or regulated, then you will put wholesalers in complete state of jeopardy. 2, he also strongly emphasized the tendencies of over-regulation by PCN and NAFDAC. For Pastor Solomon, for the PCN representative, Pharmacist Solomon, he put on record that the challenges are a lack of sincerity by preponderance of practicing professionals. 2, poor quality drugs, that will include falsified medicines and other degraded products in circulation. 3, he talked about hoarding of drugs, which breeds or which encourages economic gains for some players. Poor storage of drug products was another area he emphasized. And then, like the representative of NAFDAC had done at some stage in his presentation, he also harped on poor documentation at all levels. Solution, which is what I'm sure many of us are interested in. For NAFDAC, and you know the director from NAFDAC spoke extensively about this. The summary of what he was said was that standards, values, and integrity must be built in the supply chain to ensure quality control and assurance at all times. 2, proper documentation to avoid all the stress junctures we contend with. And that was why he kept making references to things like track and trace and all the IT deployments by NAFDAC in its bid to tackle this menace. Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 spoke extensively in this direction, but the summary of what he was saying remains that we must study and work within the framework of the Code of Conduct provided in today's NDDG, that's the National Drug Distribution Guidelines. He also canvassed, albeit very strongly, political goodwill for our regulators, PCN and NAFDAC, in exercising their statutory mandates. For ACPN, the representative of ACPN dwelled extensively on the need to empower platforms like PWDAN so that wholesaling can be made a lot more professional. She also talked about placing premium on adequate regulation and control while also leveraging more on IT. Pharmacist Igwe was vehement. For him, one of the ways we can make progress is an immediate demolition of open drug markets as presently constituted. He also canvassed political will to implement all existing pharmacy laws. Pharmacist Solomon canvassed the actualization of the PCN mandates, especially some of the new provisos we have in the PCN Act 2022. He also agreed that there will be a need to raise the bar for wholesalers. So basically, these are some of the submissions. That's an abridged version of what we had. But because I have this mic, it will not be very typical of me if I don't take maximal advantage. And one of the things I'd like to talk about here, some of these things have to do, and please try to understand, it's just about the passion that we all have for this profession. For my very good friend, the director from NAFDAC, I need to say this. You know, one of the tragedies of leadership in our country, in its entirety, it revolves around policy somersaults. Some years ago, we had a relationship with NAFDAC, and I'm sure you know this since, before this incumbent leadership. We had a relationship with NAFDAC that took effective care of things like the sourcing of service and orphan drugs. The leadership at NAFDAC, and I think this started in the days of late Dr. Professor 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞. NAFDAC in that era had approved what we used to call COPA centers. And so before you could actually approach NAFDAC with regards to sourcing service of orphan drugs, the COPA center in your catchment area will give you a recommendation to ACPN at national level, which will vouch for your integrity and all of that. And it worked very well for us. In fact, it was through the COPA centers in that era that people also deposited expired products and all of that, so that we collected everything centrally and then we brought them to NAFDAC. I say this, God sees my heart. I say this without prejudice to anybody. But I think one of the biggest shortcomings of the incumbent leadership, and I am trying to suppress it, it's just that this spirit in me will not allow me. But one of the biggest drawbacks, even when this incumbent leadership means well probably, is that the rules of engagement are not good enough. Let me explain what I mean. If you want to regulate me, the democratic order or dispensation also dictates that I have a chartered liberty to operate or exercise. So conventional propriety will normally demand that you let me into what you want to do. At least let me have an input. A situation, and I start with disposal of expired products. And you see, these are the reasons why people run away from regulatory agencies. I am losing money. I have lost money if products expire on my shelf. And then you expect me to come and pay you to dispose of those things. It's a matter of common sense that you will never see anybody. Sanctified common sense. You won't see anybody. Oh, yes. And I see sister regulatory agencies in government. Recently, I'm sure many of you read that customs destroyed products in several hundreds of millions, including medicines, drugs, without collecting a dime from anybody. Now, if the regulator does not have secure buy-in of the requisite stakeholders, there will be complications in that relationship management. And I think it's the same thing we have, whether it is disposal of expired products, whether it is this business of orphan drugs. I mean, you spoke brilliantly well, and I appreciate you a great deal, and I'm sure you know that. If you expect a player, I need service, and you know, in those days of Copa centers, I was a beneficiary. I think we used to pay 20,000 something. The condition was strict. Whatever you bring in is meant to be dispensed to only the patient you're applying for and all that. And I think it worked. But you see, if when you're dealing with specific individuals, you do not, you throw away the window to institutionalize that process. And I think that's all that is happening. That's why you have all these complications. If we say, for instance, wholesalers, especially those of them who are pharmacists, like you have in PWDAN, cannot bring in service products. There are people who genuinely need products. They do not even have the financial muscle. Or he just does not want to be bothered by that gamut of the regulatory process of control. But if you make it a little wider, I think there will be impactfulness and fruitfulness. And I think you need to look into that process all over again. It's the same, in the same spirit. I think, and I've always said this about PCN. I've been a member of the governing council of PCN in 2-3 dispensations. But we must improve the visibility of the PCN. Our PCN needs to move from obscurity to popularity. Whether we like it or not, I was not one of the best friends of late Professor 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞. I remember all those sessions in Oke's office where we used to debate a whole range of things. But one thing you will can never take away from late Professor 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 was that she was a person who made NAFDAC a household name in Nigeria. And the gains are very tremendous for our profession, because everybody knew one pharmacist at least, who was probably one of the best regulators Nigeria has ever seen and will ever see. There are many things we are doing in PCN that are grounded and couched in too much obscurity. And we need to step up our game at PCN. Now, in terms of stepping up again at PCN, the PCN Act 2022, I continue to say it, and I'm challenging any stakeholder here. Go and appraise pharmacy laws in any clime. I have not seen, not in the US, not in the UK. That is the strongest or the best you can get in terms of lawful inputs. But you see, it would amount to to having a beautiful document with a nonsensical output, because it remains just a piece of paper if we are not implementing everything. It's getting to about 1 year. People don't even know there is a new law. So, it is expedient that the PCN steps up its game by informing all necessary quarters about the implications of so many things. For instance, I can begin to cite a number of things in those laws now. You were talking about Section 29 that compels the need for people to have superintendent pharmacists in both the public and private sectors. How many public hospitals have you informed? The law in Section 31, not 31. Yes, Section 29 also says you must have superintendent pharmacists in the public and private sector. How many of the hospital managements know this? Even the Federal Ministry of Health that exercises that should have oversight responsibility does not know, has not written any of them, that they should do this. Are we interacting with private physicians, for instance, that if they must stock medicines in Nigeria today, that those hospitals must have superintendent pharmacists, otherwise they will be violating the law? So, The people keep talking about PPP. This PPP is different from OK's PPPO. The PPP I'm talking about is public-private partnerships. Now, the PPP we're talking about here, that's the one you have in section 27.4.5 of the law. Forbids the operation of private pharmacy facilities in public sector hospitals. Have you told those people that this is no longer, that this is prohibited? So there are too many gaps. There are too many gaps. And I think council needs to wake up in terms of ensuring that this law is properly implemented. Yeah, now, audit trail and all of those things. You need those reforms in wholesale. In Lagos at the time, the ratio of wholesalers to retailers was 1:4. Because all the people you stop from retailing converted to wholesale. We need to do something about these things. And the only way is you must raise the bar so that it is only people who want to do proper wholesale that will be registered as wholesalers. Let me begin to round up by saying, and I think we need to talk a little more about CWC. You need to look at that enabling document, especially though, okay, the ACPN chairman is not here. The fundamental flaw, I remember when we were debating these things, like Oke said, and some of those things started from when me and Oke would debate things on intergenerational equity and all of that. But fundamentally what you need to notice, look, it is not enough to say open markets must go. I stand here before you and I say before my creator, I am not too sure that many people risked their lives as much as I did in the calls for the demolition of open markets in this country. That was the only thing I did in the first 25 years of my existence as a practitioner. But there are times you have to change strategy. And that was why we came up with CWC. If you look at the enabling documents on CWC, you see that internal controls are now built so that you can ensure regulation and control, which is what is missing in the open markets. And I want to encourage you to please do that so that we have more buying. Today there is a CWC in Kano, like I said. There is one in Kano. It's been commissioned and operations have started. You need to see what is on ground in Kano. The NAFDAC, PCN, the police, NDLA, all have structures to ensure there is regulation at source. And I think that's what we need to achieve. So let me therefore once again thank PWDAN for this great opportunity that provides insights and exposition on this very topical subject matter. I believe that these things should not just end in the typical Nigerian fashion where we do all the talking and then there is no follow-up. Like I said in my opening remarks, I volunteer to be part of pushing whatever the resolutions, the communique is to appropriate quarters in government. We can reach the leadership of the Federal Ministry of Health as presently constituted today. And of course, we can take it even beyond that. And some people in high places are waiting for things like this. So we must try to take maximum advantage while we have this opportunity. So once again, I want to thank you. You've been a very great audience, and I can assure you that PWDAN will go places in the best interest of our profession. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Let's have the exco take you. So before you leave, photographer, okay, and then chairman too. So we take a group photograph. Early, it was planned as lunch, but early dinner is served. So don't be in a hurry. You know how much Marriot's food is been paid for. So once we just leave here, from there we have our lunch and then we can be on our way. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a beautiful day, a long one notwithstanding. We have a few presentations to do, and then we are out.
Please, we have a few presentations to do. Just few seconds, please. Few seconds. It's been a worthwhile event, and we want to appreciate the panelists for a job well done. You've made my day. I've ever looked forward to a day like this. I trust, I pledge that next time it's not going to be like this. No problem. Next time it's not going to be like this. We are going to start the workshop or the panel first thing so that we'll be able to cover. Now our lunch is turning to a dinner. So I want to, once again, on behalf of the executive committee and members of PWDAN, thank you once again. I want to, in no other, appreciate the DG NAFDAC, well represented by my very good friend, passionate about getting the good pharmacy practice. It's going to come, but like I said, it's going to be gradual. So, can I please call the chairman of this occasion to present this?
From all of us as PWDAN, and I am one of them.
Oh, great.
This is an appreciation award to the very distinguished Director General of NAFDAC, Professor DAY2. We have made some very vital observations, which I believe you will convey to her. And so by God's grace, the next time we have this forum, she would have fully justified this award plaque because we will be working, the spirit will be much better than what it is today. Of course, that's what human relationship is all about. So it will only get better. So convey our best regards to her.
Thank you so much.
On behalf of PWDAN.
The next appreciation goes to the Registrar of the Pharmacists Council, or the Pharmacy Council.
Yes, Pharmacy Council. So, in similar spirit, this is for our registrar, CEO, Secretary of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. There are huge challenges. We have put on record some of those challenges that need to be redressed. We let him understand that he will continue to enjoy our goodwill. We're ready to work with him. And we know that it can take PCN to great heights during this stewardship as registrar. So please convey our appreciation to the registrar for effectively participating at this seminar.
Okay, thank you so much. Please, I want to call the MD of Net Pharmacy. He was a panelist at the last conference, 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, to give this award. Equally to announce that Chris won the NHEA Award of Excellence this year. The award goes to Pharmaceutical.
Okay. All right. So, Dr. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, I want to congratulate you and to thank you for coming to grace this occasion. Incidentally, I heard of your name, see you in other places, but this is the first time we are using our body to touch each other. So thank you for your very wholesalers and retailers are the same, we are facing the same challenges. And so I want to say thank you for gracing this occasion on behalf of people.
Thank you. Okay, the last appreciation award I will give myself. I would have allowed Chris to give award to a fellow community pharmacist. So it is indeed my pleasure to give you this award for all that you represent in pharmacy. I never knew that such an organized setup can be done in Ajegunle. And funny enough, she's representing the two extremes, Ajegunle and VI. She has practice there. So on behalf of PWDAN, we want to appreciate you. Thank you. Of course, we cannot live here without appreciating the chairman of the occasion. Pharmacist Olumide Akintayo. I will ever call him the pharma jurist. Anytime, anytime, any day, I will keep on reminding him he has to join politics. Not pharmacy politics, not healthcare politics, but national politics. We want to appreciate you for the time. He was one of the first to be here and stood with us all the way long. Thank you for what you represent and do. Thank you. Well, the last is not done many places, but we have to do it. Last year, he got a certificate for being a compere of this conference, and it's a job he's doing pro bono for us. And today he's equally doubling as a moderator. So we want to appreciate Pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞. If we engage him for fee, we cannot pay it. But it's the thing he do with passion. I love your DNA, and I think I will copy it. Thank you so much for standing, PWDAN. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate all of you for standing by us and with us, for all their contributions. And I do know that the journey that started 3 years ago will definitely end up somewhere. We might have issues, but definitely, like somebody said, is issue of husband and wife, which can easily be resolved for us to move on. Once again, thank you, and God bless. The lunch called dinner, we wanted to serve it while seated, but it's buffet, so we don't know the combinations we want. If you don't mind, please file out and have your dinner. I won't call it lunch again. Music.
Like Shina said, food is served. We've paid Marriott money. Please don't let the food go to waste. Let's go and have a late brunch. It's a buffet, so go and help yourself to a sumptuous buffet this evening. Thank you so much, everybody.
Nobody kiss it like you, bang, bang, bang. Oh, nobody kiss it like you, nobody kiss it like you.
PWDAN members still remaining in the hall. Please, can we just come together? PWDAN members still remaining in the hall. PWDAN members that are still remaining in the hall, can we just come together briefly so that we can share a few words and take pictures together?